Hello darts fans and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and for week 3 of phase 3 you've got me in the chair all week, and I really am looking forward to your company. Welcome to all of our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV in the UK and to all of our international viewers as well. We're going to have a great week this week. We're going to see who's going to qualify for Champions Week, which will be in a fortnight. But let's have a look at the fixtures for today. We've got some great experience from the Online Darts Live League from last year and this year, but we also have a debutant today in the shape of Ryan Murray. So he's going to get his first dose of what this tournament can offer him. You look at the likes of Matt Dennant and James Richardson, who you will see in our very first match they've played last year and this year in the Live League. And with the likes of Simon Stevenson and Ciaran Teehan, they have played only in 2022. But you look at Scott Marsh, someone who played in the recent World Darts Federation World Championship, and you look at all of the different fixtures throughout the day. We've got a lot to offer you. So 15 matches for today. And a reminder as well that Group A, you have to win it to make your way through to the finals on Saturday night. If you find your way to second or third, you'll have another chance over the next few days on Thursday and Friday. If you finish in the bottom 3, you will return to this time slot on Thursday and Friday to have one more crack to get into Saturday night. £2,000 on offer for the winner of week 3, and there will be bonuses for people who make it to the finals on Saturday. But to start our week off, we got James Richardson going up against one of his other fellow experienced players in the Online Darts Live League, and that's Matt Dennant. So let's get down to the room right now. Matt Dennant has been awake for quite a few hours already, making his way to the Live League this morning, and he gets the medal for the earliest call from his alarm on his phone. I believe he set off at around 3:30 this morning, local time. James Richardson, who is always ready and raring to go, was the first man at the door this morning at around 7:30. Sporting his Darts for Heroes shirt and looking to get more success in this room. But Matty Dennant will stand in his way and will be a big thorn in his side because he has played better in this room this year than he did last year.
Game on.
So he seems to be warming to the task in this room as each phase passes. So let's have a little look at the experience levels of these players.
100.
James Richardson has played 255 games in this room. He has won 153 of them for a win percentage of exactly 60%. Of all of the players here to play in Group A for the next couple of days, he has the best win percentage overall.
60.
But just to give you a little caveat to that, if you look at the 2022 statistics, Matt Dennant has a better win percentage this year than James does. So on form, maybe Matt Dennant is a marginal favourite based on what we've seen. Just a reminder that each player will have 5 matches today and 5 matches tomorrow, and the winner of the group will go through to Saturday night with a lovely little 2 days off on Thursday and Friday to get prepared for that. Positions 2 and 3 from this group come tomorrow. We'll go into Group B, which will be Thursday and Friday night.
23.
Matt Dennant with the better start. 17 ahead, taking the darts away from Richardson. Now that's 32, which leaves 112. Now Matt usually likes to leave tops.
39.
So he was trying to figure that out, and it hasn't gone his way. Not yet, anyway. Just in the background there, I think
65.
we caught a little glimpse of James just roughing those points up a bit. 86 remain, and that's double 16.
Game shot in the first leg.
So it's a very good start for Matt Dennant, who breaks through in the very first leg with a ton plus checkout.
Second leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
Paul Hinks, our referee for today. Bucket loads of experience in many, many countries from Hinksy. Great to have him here.
30.
And as for Matt Dennant's stats in his live league career, 140 matches with 72 wins, just over that 50% for
41.
his win percentage. Very much like Simon Stevenson, he's got similar personal best statistics. A best average in this room of 101.9.
125.
But he's marginally shading Simon, who we will see in match 2, for his running average, which is just shy
100.
of 89. But like I said in leg 1, Dennant's form this year has been better in this room in 2022
140.
than it was last year. In fact, his running average is about 1.2 better. Looking to halve his score here as James.
140.
Just short. Dennant does not want to surrender this leg when he's broken in leg 1. It's all best of 7 legs. It's very cutthroat.
81.
When you get that break of throw early, you want to protect it.
Matt, you require 100.
It will be the centre of the board. The first target for Matt here. Pulls the dart to the left. But he can leave it handy.
89.
And decides
James
to leave double 18.
120.
And the break back is not going to come in 15 darts from James.
43.
Dennant can get a big
Matt,
jump
you
here
require 36.
to double his lead.
Game shot on the second leg. Matt Dennant.
Very handy on the outer ring so far. 2 shots from 2. And if he keeps going in this vein and Richardson fails to get to finishes, there's only one result
James
coming.
to throw first. Game on.
Average for Matt Dennant around 88.4 for the first couple of legs, which is almost exactly what his running average is for his live league career. If he can maintain something of this ilk,
60.
he'll have a very good chance of winning this group. But the likes of Simon Stevenson, Scott Marsh, Ciaran Teehan and Ryan Murray will stand in his way.
81.
And some of those players have been playing very well in WDF events recently. But you can't ignore Matt Dennant. And one of the reasons for that is because on the Challenge Tour in the PDC, in the averages list,
140.
he's 4th. The only people to average better than him in the Challenge Tour this year, Stephen Burton, who won week 1 in this phase, Daryl Pilgrim,
45.
who's had a great time of it in this room as well, and Lee Evans, and we know what Lee's been doing in 2022, both on the Pro Tour as an alternate
59.
and on the Challenge Tour. So Matt Dennant is in form.
James require 124.
He might need this, considering how Matt's finishing so far this morning.
56. Matt, you require 160.
He's been deadly so far. What a guide for the 60. Uses it.
80.
And almost
James
plants the
require
116 as
60.
well. I have to say, this must go. And
James
well
shot on
done,
the third
James.
leg.
That's
James
a really
Richardson.
good 18 dart leg. Just picking off the 68. And they're the kinds of shots you
Fourth leg,
really
Matt
do
to
need
throw first. Game on.
to establish confidence early in the week.
$135.
Maybe the match of the day today would be Richardson versus Marsh,
60.
because that's a rematch of their game at Lakeside from last month. Seems like the last month has flown by
56.
since Neil Duff lifted that trophy. But James said one thing to me when he was leaving the Lakeside
140.
after that defeat to Marsh. He said, I will be back here And next time I go, I'm lifting the trophy. I love that kind of
85.
confidence. Bearing in mind, since Lakeside, he's done some great stuff in the WDF.
108.
I think it's only a matter of time before his ticket is repunched for Lakeside. Winning the Denmark Masters recently, and he had some steady results in Wales at the weekend as well.
45, James Rukar, 121.
And he's starting to warm up in this game, seeking that break back.
96.
Now, a lot of people will say, don't go for the bullseye there, but Richardson doesn't listen. What he does is, see a shot, have a crack at it.
100, James Rukar, 25.
Double four.
Game shot on
And
the
it's now
fourth leg.
2-2.
James Richardson.
So far in this match, it's a game of two halves. 2-0 to Dennant. Now turns into 2-2, and we're into best of 3 from here.
Fifth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
I've got a fair few fast players for you today as well. I think Scott Marsh, who
83.
isn't slow by any means, is probably the slowest player. Some of these players have in their minds as well that they would like to better their personal best.
134.
As far as an average in this room is concerned. Richardson, who this year has established a new personal best
100.
in the Online Darts Live League of 111.33. And it always fascinates me that a lot of the personal bests that are
96.
set are when they win 4-0. If you look at all of the personal bests in this group, there are 5 of them because Ryan Murray's making his debut today.
140.
Richardson with 111.33. Matt Dennant and Simon Stevenson with 101.9. Scott Marsh 107.36. And Ciaran Teehan of 100.2. Every single personal best was set when they won 4 legs to 0.
145.
Oh boy, this would hurt.
125. James Rukar.
He's only missed 2 darts at double, and the 2 he missed, he pushed the wire. That is a costly miss. He cannot
38.
believe it.
Might require 20.
And Dennant has dodged one. Got to go over the top. Now it's high.
10. James
But
Rukar,
too high.
2.
The most dramatic leg of the match so far.
No score.
And it's
Might
not won by
require
Richardson
10.
in the Madhouse. Both on doubles of the same height. Double 2.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
Dennant
Matt
somehow breaks in 18 darts. So all of the work that Richardson was able to do to get level, he now has to do it again to win the match from here.
Sixth leg Matt to throw first. Game on.
Well, whatever you're doing for Tuesday, we hope you have a lovely day. It's a big happy birthday to Wayne Mardle today. And to
100.
one of the players who has graced this room before, Tony Martin. So happy birthday, boys.
80.
They share their birthday with Everton striker Richardson, I believe. And a certain asset, Paul Nicholson.
134.
I wouldn't want to spend my birthday anywhere else. Watching darts, seeing these guys
60.
go at it. The likes of Stephen Burton and Chaz Barstow
97.
already winning a week over the last fortnight and going into Champions Week at the end of the month. But joining them
100.
will
Might
be
require
Jim
170.
McEwen, Graham Usher, Scott Williams and Scott Walters.
46.
Matt still has a chance to win this game by 4 legs to 2. But the chance he's given himself is a little bit more
100.
difficult than he
Might require
thought it was going to be.
124.
54 bull to end it.
99. James Rukar 161.
30% on the doubles to this point. And no shot at bull for Richardson. So it could be a losing start
25.
for the man from Rushton. That is a 14 confirmed by our referee. So that's 11 left. He's only going to get one more match start maximum.
21.
And he
James
needed
Rukar,
more.
59.
Tops. Is Richardson level?
39.
He's not.
Matthew require 4.
So Dennant revisits double 2 to squeeze his way to his first 2 points of the day, because that's what you get for a win. And that's exactly what he banks. Beautifully done by Matt, who was really good on the outer ring at the start of the match. It did get a little bit arid at that point in the match when Richardson came back at him. But as you can see from the averages, 85.84 for Matt, 82 for James. It's pretty good to start with, but the best footing is for the man from the West Midlands, with 1/3 of his checkouts as well, and that 105 early, which really did set the tone for him. When we come back, it's going to be Simon Stevenson making his second bow in the Live League for the year, and he's up against Scott Marsh, who's been here from the very first week from last year. We'll be right back. First 2 points going to our first competitor, or first winner, which is Matty Dennant against James Richardson for Tuesday in Group A. So let's see who is going to join him on that mark in our next match. So let's get down to the board. It's going to be Scott Marsh against Simon Stevenson. A little gap in experience between these two in this room. And maybe if you're going for the more experienced person in this one, that would be Scott Marsh. But don't count this man out. Lots of experience at the top level. Former quarter-finalist at the UK Open. But this man from Orpington, just outside of London, towards the great county of Kent.
Simon to throw first.
He's going to fancy his chances of gaining some confidence this week. But Stevenson is making his second appearance here. Made his debut a little bit earlier this season.
60.
And his best effort was making the finals on Saturday night in Phase 1 in Week 2. Ended up being equal fifth that night. It didn't go his way.
97.
But he is back for another try. And in his 12 matches that he's played in this room previously, he's won 7 of them, which is pretty good.
45.
Set a personal best average of 101.9. And maybe one of the reasons why he did not find any more wins than he got was that doubles percentage.
140.
31.62%. He'll want to improve on that by at least 7 or 8% this week to give himself the best chance of coming through some of these ties.
45.
Fairly slow start from the man they call the Mirror Man, which is
140.
one of the better nicknames in the sport, because apparently he has a very good skill of fitting mirrors on boats.
180.
That's a bit more glittering.
24.
First maximum of the match comes in the first leg, but it doesn't get him to a finish.
56.
And neither does that dart get Scott Marsh to a double. But he will get to one in his next visit, you would hope so anyway.
97. Scott requires 68.
Now, Marsh is a bit of a tops merchant. So, tops it is.
Game shot on the
And
first
tops he
leg.
finds.
Scott Marsh.
So the thinking behind that 68 was treble 16 for double 10, which is, of course, is the secondary target for people who like tops.
Second leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Marsh has had a very good live league career over the last couple of years. And if you cast your mind
83.
back to the early part of 2021, when we were all still very much locked down and we were playing with COVID protocols,
100.
and there was yellow and black tape everywhere, it was Scott Marsh who in Phase 1 of Week 1 of 2021
140.
came out the winner on the very first Saturday night finals. That, coincidentally, was the night and still holds the live league average record. It was set that night by Jason
26.
Askew. It's never been beaten. Just wonder if maybe somebody this week could trouble that.
92.
Or maybe somebody in this phase could do that. This is better. And it's a second maximum for
180.
Simon Stevenson. But just like the last one, it doesn't get him to a finish, and his opponent's in front.
100.
Steady stuff here from Marsh. I say steady, it's better than that. It's 101 average. But averages don't really tell the full story until you're at least 3 or 4 legs in.
60. Scott require 86.
You're not going to be leaving tops much from 86. He does leave the bull. And he does
Game
take the
shot on
bull
second leg.
for a
Scott Marsh.
2-0 lead, looking very commanding early in this encounter. And he'll hope that he can do exactly what Matt Dennant did in match 1. After taking a 2-0 lead, get the points. One thing about Simon Stevenson that is fairly similar to Matt Dennant
100.
is his ability to average well on the Challenge Tour this year. He is inside the top 12 of the averages list. Maybe not pulling up any trees when it comes to results.
60.
But the averages do give us a guide as to how well someone's playing. And I think Simon maybe won't be that much
60.
of a favourite with a lot of darts fans out there when he's playing against the likes of Marsh or James Richardson. But you can't underestimate the guy. He is a fabulous player.
100.
What he needs in this leg is the opportunity of breathing space. He wants to get to the finish first this time. Doesn't want to be hitting maximums and thinking, well, it doesn't matter because my opponent's already ahead of me.
100.
This leg is a lot closer. They're mirroring each other. Get it? Mirroring? The mirror man? Let's move on. It's very steady indeed. I would classify 1-4-1 after 12 as steady. They will want more from themselves, but some legs have to be fought for, and it looks like Marsh is fighting really well. And if he takes that 101 for a second break in this match,
97.
Stevenson is in early trouble. You can see what he was doing. 19 left 82. Treble 14 would have left tops.
40.
And because he didn't get the treble, he now has to watch on to see if tops will be hit by his opponent. Which it is. So that tells us the key to success for Stevenson in this match could well be just a little bit of heavy scoring to give himself the chances. First shot at a double is hit. Two more players left have their first match of the day. That will be Ireland's Ciaran Teehan and Scotland's Ryan Murray. But if you look at Scott Marsh's long, distinguished, lively career, 130 matches played up to this one, 69 victories for a win percentage of 53%.
180.
First maximum of the match for Marsh. Personal best average in this room as well for Marsh, 107.36. So that's what we call even 14 darters. That was in a 4-0 victory. So 56 darts for a 4-0 is 107.36.
60.
That was set this year. And coincidentally, every average personal best of every player in Group A has been set this season. He's hit two 170s in this room to finish legs in his career. Could he add a third? That's in. And so is that. Oh, is there anything he can't do today? That little bounce in the step to get his third maximum checkout in this room. Stunning stuff from Marsh for a 3-1 lead.
This like Simon to throw first. Game on.
And a second bullseye checkout of the match.
100.
I know it's a cliche, but before Scott Marsh started playing the live league in 2020, when we were doing it from our own homes during lockdown, he was noted as a soft tip specialist. Over the last couple of years, he has reverted to being a very, very accomplished steel tip player.
140.
When you see him in his next match, we have a highlight slide that you will see with his age and where he's from. And on that slide, it's got 2021 British Open champion.
85.
Believe me, that's a very distinguished title. To add your name to that list, he'll feel very good about it.
100.
He may have to wait an extra leg to find a winning position, because Stevenson has responded brilliantly.
85.
And that's the look on the Marsh face that says maybe this leg is one step too far. Options here with 81.
99.
A lot of people these days are going 25 there to leave the two dart combination of single to double combo, as opposed to going for the treble. And if you miss it, you've got treble to double to finish a leg.
140.
Possibly only one shot to save the match here. Oh, well, that's 28. And that leaves double 17. That was very unexpected. I think he was quite fortunate to get a shot at double. But Marsh does get an opportunity. That's 12, so 79 left to finish the match 4 legs to 1. Now, does he want to use the treble 13 or the treble 19 here? There's your answer. Match dart. And it's the only one he needs. That was a finishing masterclass from Scott Marsh. It didn't matter what he left. He was getting it hit. And there is the finish of 91 to get his first 2 points of the day. And a nice 3-leg cushion as well. 101.83 to start your campaign on Tuesday morning. Watch out for this guy. He's full of confidence with 100% on doubles and a maximum checkout. Well, it may all be downhill from there. I hope not for Scott's sake, but Simon's got some stuff to think about. We're going to be right back, and when we do come back, it's going to be Ryan Murray's debut here at the Online Darts Live League. we have one more match for you in round 1 for Tuesday morning in Group A. And it does involve Ryan Murray, who makes his debut here at the Online Darts Live League. And he's up against Ireland's Ciaran Teehan. So let's get down to the board for this. It's a big welcome to Scotland's Ryan Murray, nicknamed Muzz Lightyear, one of the most comical nicknames on the circuit. Using a 28 grand dart. What is it at the minute about heavy darts being fashionable? We've barely got enough camera room to accommodate Ciaran Teehan, and he's built like a basketballer. Well over 6 feet tall, great young talent.
First leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
And he's back for another crack. Is Teehan, who's played 44 matches in the Live League this year. He's had some success.
85.
17 wins for a win percentage of just under 39%. Now, he's been here twice. And his best effort
60.
Was making finals in week 4 of Phase 2, where he finished 4th overall. He'll be looking maybe to improve on that
100.
This week and have a really good opportunity of making Champions Week for the very first time.
57.
These guys have been playing pretty well lately. And Ryan Murray has been saving his best darts for the WDF circuit lately. He's been
100.
Getting some points. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the day. But I think Ryan would admit that after the
85.
last 15 months or so, he'll be quite disappointed not to have a tour card. He was playing some brilliant darts
100.
at the 2020 Winter Series, making the later stages of Players' Championship events, but after making his World's debut, where he lost out to Michael van Gerwen,
30. Ciaran, your car 160.
things didn't really go his way last year, so he wasn't able to keep that card.
80.
Now, Teehan's got the experience in the room. He's been here before. He knows what this is all about. And we have seen with some other very good talents coming into this room, it's taken them a
99.
couple of days to
Ciaran,
get
your
used
car
to
36.
playing in this atmosphere. 99. So Ryan Murray is going to get a look at the second
score.
170 finish of the
Brand
day.
new car 170.
He's not going to find it though. And Teehan's done the right thing
60.
to go back
Ciaran,
to
your
double
car
18
36.
instead of leaving double 4, in my opinion.
Game shot on the first leg.
And it
Ciaran
proves to be
Teehan.
a really good decision, because taking double 18 for the first leg will just give that confidence a little bit of a push as we go into leg 2.
Throw first. Game on.
There you can see that 28 gram dart
100.
coupled with quite a long stem and a pear-shaped flight. It's not a setup that you will see from many top-level semi-professionals
60.
like these guys. But it is a setup that works for him. Now, over the last 6 months or so, he has
55.
changed his darts to a more custom style set. And he's gone to a moulded flight as well, so there have been
117.
microscopic changes to his setup to try and regain some form. Seems to be working pretty well at the minute. And he hasn't had the perfect start in this match, but one thing Ryan Murray has is patience.
140.
Now, like I said, if you don't win Group A,
95.
you have another opportunity later in the week. But 2 chances is all you get. You don't get a third. So if you don't win
54.
Group
Brand
A,
new car
you have to get through
151.
via Group B or C. We'll talk about the players involved in that in the next leg. Ryan Murray's not going to take a great deal off that
41. Ciaran, your car
151. So Teehan
130.
will fancy this for 2-0. It's been 2-0 in the 2 games we've seen so far. It could be again. And is again.
Second leg, Ciaran Teehan.
Wow, I tell you what, that bullseye today is feeling like Saul Alvarez's chin from Saturday night against Dimitri Bivol.
Third leg, Ciaran to throw first.
Just a little bit bruised. The 3rd bullseye check out in the last match and a half. And he has come to play.
140.
Had exactly the same start as Matt Dennant, throwing 34 darts for the first 2 legs of his match.
100.
Now, if we can't separate these guys by the points, because you get 2 points for a win, 0 for a loss, we will then look at the leg
40.
difference. If the leg difference is the same, we'll look at legs won after that. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Just over 24 hours from now. It's a very different dynamic, Group A now, to what it used to be, because it used to be 3 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, of course. It's only a 2-day group now, so you've got to hit the ground running the way that Ciaran Teehan is hitting the ground running.
55.
Firm favourite to win this match now, and the average keeps climbing. A 141 off the back of a maximum?
129.
Often when you do that, it's for a 9-darter. That one was for a 12. And it is 12 he has left.
134.
So double 6 for 3-0. All the way down to 3s. Tricky double for someone so tall.
9. Ryan, you require 72.
Now, what did he do with that last dart? Did it slip? Or did he just make a bad play? Does it matter? No, it doesn't. Because Ryan Murray does get his first leg in this room with a very fine 72 checkout on that double 6. You feared that if he missed that, he was going 3-0 down.
First, game on.
So let's talk about the other players involved later in the week. If you finish in 2nd or 3rd position in this
60.
group, come tomorrow, you will graduate to the evening session on Thursday and Friday, with the other competitors in Group B being the Hammer Andy Hamilton, Daryl Pilgrim, the scourge of the average sheets in the PDC, and Paul Hogan, Crocodile Dundee, will make his live league return. But if you finish in the bottom half, of course, in this group, you will graduate to Group C, which is the same time slot on Thursday and Friday, 9:30 local start. And there will be
85.
Josh Richardson, son of James, who will be making his England debut next week. Ryan Finesse will be back, and also
45.
Sam Kankert will be here at the live league. Teehan, like Murray, has lost his tour card very recently and has been
100.
unable to get it back. And he's using the Online Darts Live League as a route to form. Something that a lot of players have tried
100.
and some have used very effectively. Throughout the Live League's history, we're very proud to have been the vehicle for people to gain more success. The likes of Ed House, Dave Evans, Scott Williams, Richie Burnett. Oh, it's tops. And it's another big out. What is going on today? We've had a 170 from Scott Marsh, now a 160 from Teehan. This is glorious.
Just like Ciaran to throw first, game on.
This game could be done. And Teehan knows it.
85.
But this is one of the best performances he's performed in this room. He has a personal best of 100.2, which is even 15 darters.
95.
He may not better that because he's at about 93 right now. But when you look in his eyes,
100.
you see a player who really doesn't care about averages. He just wants to win. We've had some excellent focus from the players so far in round one. But as the rounds progress, in say rounds 3 and 4,
85.
we get to lunchtime here, local time. You'll start to see a little bit more stress on the faces of the players who are constantly losing.
100.
Now Teehan might need the 25 to get to a finish here. 19 and 25 would do so.
57.
And he didn't really think that through. So Ryan Murray should take this leg. 6 darts from 183. You offer that to any player in this group and they would expect
59.
that to be taken. But if Murray does give 6 darts to Teehan from 174 to win the match, he will not be pleased.
92. Ran your
That's
car
worked out pretty well in the end.
124.
This is to save the match.
$92.
That'll do,
Ciaran, your car
but
82.
only if Teehan misses this. He's been decent on doubles. 3 hits from 8 attempts. Another 16 gives him a shot at the bull for the match.
57.
And I'm
Ran your
surprised he
car
missed it,
32.
because the bullseye has been found a lot already today. Another one of those will be handy. Now, the way his darts sit, it's got to be slightly right or slightly under. Don't have to worry about that anymore.
24.
What he's got to
Ciaran,
worry
your car
about is
25.
Teehan taking the points. A little bit more anxiety on this shot than any in the match previously. 9 for double 8.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
was
mat,
well
Ciaran
thought
Teehan.
through by Ciaran Teehan. He gets his first 2 points of the day. And his opponent is not able to get points on debut. But he will be back in round 2. As for Teehan, though, 89.36 is very decent. 40%, yet again, very decent. But more decent than that was the 160 checkout. He was the better player in the match. And he thoroughly deserved those 2 points, which he gets. That's the end of round 1, but when we come back, the start of round 2 will be Simon Stevenson up against the first winner of today, Matt Dennant. We'll be right back. It's already match 4 of 15 for the day, and it's our second look at Simon Stevenson up against Matt Dennant, who held the early lead in the table, but he's now been surpassed by 2 people with more superior results. What can he do in his second match against Simon? There's the early look. 3 losers and 3 winners. And the winners separated by 1 leg in leg difference. That will come into play at some point. But in these early echelons of this table, it doesn't mean a great deal. But the last thing you need are heavy defeats. Interesting to see that the darts used by Simon Stevenson are Bristow's. Probably the most popular dart out there in the dartosphere. For their pencil-like nature, the
60.
moderate grip. But the one thing that's changed with the equipment for Simon over the last year or two is the shape of that flight. He's dabbled a little bit with a very small kite-shaped flight to get his darts to land flat.
180.
But he's gone back to standards, and he's going to need something more than standard to take out Matt Dennant, by the looks of it, who gets his maximum count started with his second visit of this match.
80.
Rescues that one pretty well. The man who I've just been doing a little bit of research about. I've known Matt for a few years, and everybody knows he's a great player.
66.
And I think even he would admit that he maybe has underachieved at the top level. I was surprised to read that he's only ever won 1 match on the European Tour.
105.
And that was against Matas Razma in the 2019 European Darts Open, which, of course, had its
140.
almost rebirth at the weekend, won by Michael van Gerwen. So the last running of it before lockdown, Matt was there and won.
36.
He might not win this first leg. Let's see. On the ball.
63.
Simon can't find it. Dennant does prefer tops most of the time. And when he's finding doubles early in the day with that kind of accuracy, it's a big problem for his opponents.
Make Simon to throw first. Game on.
I distinctly remember one of the times I was in this commentator's chair and Matt Dennant was playing early in a session and he had real trouble putting his opponents away
100.
and getting himself into comfortable positions by hitting doubles early in matches. If he's figuring that out, maybe that next step for him is imminent.
43.
The best he's done in his lively career is 4th in week 1 of phase
100.
5 last year. That for me is a shock. I would really look at the form of Matt Dennant this year and assume he's going to win it. At least a week. He may not win a Champions Week, but I would think that Matt Dennant is a great candidate
100.
for winning a week and getting a £2,000 bonus. It could be this week. He's genuinely one of the
60.
smartest dart players out there. That's why they call him the scholar, you see. As for the nickname of Stevenson, the Mirror Man, I've already talked about that in his first game.
105.
He could almost be a Bond buddy, couldn't he? With the Mirror Man. Like the man with the golden gun. I can see him as a Bond buddy.
96.
He hasn't got a bad bone in his body, though. That's the problem. He's a lovely man. But can he kill off leg number 2?
56. Matt, you require 100.
Has to hold his breath for a few seconds. And now he can exhale.
60. Simon, you
Because
require
he's getting a look at tops himself with 3 darts in hand. Tens is good though, and that's about as good a double 10 as you will ever see. Right in the middle section of that, and nowhere close to that double 15 as well.
They'd like Matt to throw first. Game on.
There's a little coaching tip for all of you budding dart players out there. If you're practicing your double 10s, what you want to do, it's really simple for me to say this. You want to hit double 10, of course. But if you are going to hit it, you want to hit it in the top half. You may ask why.
60.
Because if you hit it in the bottom half and maybe you let go of the dart a little bit too late, you run the risk of hitting the double 15. You'd much rather hit double 6 and still have a shot at double 4 than busting the whole score. So that's my tip for the day.
81.
In the instance of Simon Stevenson, he would say, I just wanted to hit tops. I didn't even want a shot at double 10.
$98.
Just looking at Matt Dennant's career again, in a little bit of detail, I talked about his European Tour career. He's played in 4 UK Opens.
55.
He's never played in a World Championship, which to me is quite surprising. And he's made the last 64 of the UK Open on 2 occasions.
81.
Once in 2013 and once in 2017. Now, the 2013 one is really interesting to me because that is the year where he won his sole development tour title.
Matt, you require 92.
Is he going to stay straight there, or is he going to go for the treble 16? Well, there's your answer.
68.
Not for the first time today. He's pushed a wire on an attempt to win a leg.
60. Matt, you require 24.
Tiniest bit of exasperation there for Simon. Double 6. Still pushing those wires.
12.
He'll be back. And he'll be glad he didn't leave double 3.
$100. Matt, you require 12.
Steady. And it is pressure.
Game shot on the
But
third
Matt
leg.
Dennant
Matt
does
Dennant.
find that 19 dart leg to get a 2-1 lead back. He'll be glad he took it there because Stevenson was just edging closer.
Both like Simon to throw first. Game on.
Since 2013, Matt Dennant has picked up an extra 2 PDC titles.
40.
Not at senior level, but at challenge tour level. And this, for me, tells a good story about where his form is over the last couple of years. He won a challenge tour event in 2020, and he also won one in 2021.
93.
So, there's a question mark against 2022. Can he keep that streak going of winning once a year? He has played a lot of challenge tour action this season so far. He's played in 5 events. Best effort, last 16.
80.
Which in itself isn't too bad. But before this season is out, he will want more. But this week, he has one goal.
130.
As do all the players. Finish with the number 1 next to your name come Sunday morning at around 1:30.
82.
But you can't think about that on Tuesday morning. You can't expect to be in Saturday's finals. You have to build
132.
that confidence by gaining wins early. Nothing builds that confidence more than winning Group A.
44. Simon require 52.
For 2-2, this could be the closest game we have today.
Game shot
And that is a fine leg from Simon. His best leg of the day so far. 15 darter. Draws at level after 4 legs, and we're down to best of 3 once again.
This leg Matt to throw first. Game on.
85.86 average here for Simon. 82.45 for Matt
100.
Dennant, which is a little bit less than his winning average against James Richardson in match 1, which stood just shy of 86.
100.
That performance in itself was very steady. But if you look at what Simon Stevenson did against Scott Marsh,
140.
it looked better than steady at 93.5 and 50% on doubles. But it was made to look ordinary because of the brilliance of the 2021 British Open champion, Scott Marsh. When your opponent's averaging over 101 and hitting every double that they're going
97.
for, you're going to have to do something Herculean to get through that challenge. And that challenge goes over to Ciaran Teehan, who plays Marsh next in match 6. But before that, we'll see Murray against Richardson. We're not going to see a 164 because Dennant gets his tactics right and sets up double 16 rather brilliantly there.
.45 might require 32.
Double 16 then for 3-2. The doubles have been decent in this match, and they're very similar to what we saw in his first match of the day. 1 out of every 3 shots is being hit.
6-leg Simon to throw first. Game on. .60.
Simon's going to need more than 60s, you feel, if he's going to have a chance of getting this one by 4 legs to 3. It would be the first 4-3 of the day.
100.
No bagels this morning. It's a bit of a sad state of affairs. No bagels in the morning, but I am, of course, talking about 4-0.
125.
I'm sure the players won't see it that way because nobody likes to be bageled.
57.
I'd love to know the first person who actually mentioned that. There was a school of thought that maybe somebody called them donuts first
96.
when you were done to 0, but nowadays it's all about the bagel.
59.
Simon Stevenson in his career has done things that Matt Dennant has not. He's reached the later stages of a PDC major. He has played
60.
at 2 PDC World Championships, but he does not have a PDC title of any note. Well, he's too old for the development tour because, let's face it, he was born
Simon required 160.
20 years before Matt. But he hasn't won on the Challenge Tour either, and maybe that's something that
32.
could be possible before the end of the year.
45.
I'm seeing more people going for treble 19 first dart on 145 than ever before.
59.
A somewhat fashionable route these days. This could be the only chance you get to save this match. 74 turns into 56, which, as everybody knows, you cannot find with 1 dart. We don't have a double 23.
88. Might require 86.
For the match, and for another 4-2 win, it's the bull.
61.
And all of a sudden, that bullseye is being missed. Double 10 again.
30.
And he's not able to find the target this time, so Dennant needs half the bull to double his points to go back to the top of the table.
21.
That's not 3 mismatched darts. There's no guarantee he's going to get any more. He's not going to get any more in this leg, that's for sure. So for the first time today, we are going to the limit. 3-3 in this one. It should have been done and dusted, but Matt Dennant will want to serve it out now.
Matt to throw first. Game on.
I talked about Simon Stevenson's experience in his career in doing things that Matt has not done.
140.
It's not just the World Championship he's played in, but the Players' Championship finals as well, which is not that far from where he lives.
60.
He's one of the most local players to Minehead on the tour. When he's got a tour card, of course. But he's played at the Players' Championship finals twice in 2016 and 2018, but didn't register a win. But just getting there is a very good achievement.
100.
He's also played at the World Series of Darts finals, as well as those 2 PDC World Championship performances.
100.
He did pick up a victory when he played at the World Series finals. Played at the Braehead Arena in Glasgow. Picked up a win over Jan Dekker. But a victory beckons for Dennant, who rejects the ball this time to leave double 16. So a change of tactic here from Dennant, who I always had as a tops guy, and maybe he's starting to
81.
prefer the 32 bed. Let's find out. Fifth match dart is a good dart, and the first 4-3 win goes the way of the scholar, so he solves the puzzle. A really good performance in the end, and the average is very similar to what we saw from him in beating James Richardson. So people have got to find a good level against him to take it out. Stevenson not able to find the level he did against Scott Marsh a little bit earlier. So 4 matches down. We're about to finish up the first third of our action for Tuesday, and the people doing that will be Ryan Murray of Scotland and James Richardson, both looking for their first win of the day. We'll be right back with that. Match number 5 of our Tuesday action in Group A is pretty good indeed. If you look at the form book in the WDF right now, these guys' names are all over it. Murray and Richardson to follow. Maybe not the start that they wanted in this table, but this is only match 2, and one of them is going to get on the scoring train, that's for sure, and leave Simon Stevenson at the bottom. Of course, if someone does have a heavy defeat here, they could go to the bottom themselves.
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
So, Murray is back after his debut match. Didn't go his way by 4 legs to 1. His opponent did play pretty well. He had a 160 checkered against him. Averaged just under 90 did Ciaran Teehan. But Murray's performance, maybe
140.
Just because of lack of experience in this atmosphere. It's very similar to playing the streaming boards at the PDC, but it's even quieter
96.
than that. There's no humdrum of white noise around you. This is deadly silent, this room, and it does take a little bit of getting used to.
21.
So once he gets used to it, I'm sure he will fire. But this is a very difficult game against James, who is more experienced in this room
80.
than anybody who's playing this week. He's played 256 games in this room alone.
43.
That's because of success, his reputation, and the fact that he's won a lot of games
81.
to get extra opportunities as well. In fact, in every statistic that I could find this morning that is relevant,
83.
things
Ryan
like
Newcar,
average,
153.
wins, highest average in one match, James Richardson is better than everybody in this group in every
59.
department. That's why he's the favourite to go through this group. And that does remind me to tell you that if you are having a little flutter on any of the matches or results today,
58.
please
Ryan
gamble
Newcar,
responsibly.
94.
It's for over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. Just a little step back there for Muzzlight, yeah.
70. James
Worked out
Newcar,
pretty well in the end.
156.
And he's not going to have his pocket picked on a 156.
78. Ryan Newcar, 24.
So double 12. Not able to get that
James
one in the
Newcar,
books, and
78.
Richardson gets a bonus opportunity here in a scruffy first leg. Chance he's not going to take.
38. Ryan Newcar, 12.
Double 6. Double 3. Oh, right in the corner. He won't like that dart. He will love it. He hated when he left his hand, but the fact of the matter is it's found enough of that double 3 to give him a 1-0 lead.
James to throw first. Game on.
Now, I did mention that Murray has been playing well lately.
140.
Scottish Open recently, he made the final. Lost out to James Hurrell by 6 legs to 5.
60.
He will have been devastated not to have won the Scottish Open. And being a very proud Scotsman, that would have been a real feather in his cap.
100.
But losing out to the England captain, I'm sure there's a little bit of extra salt in the wound. But he did have some very good results.
97.
Beat Jamie Lewis in the semis, Aaron Monk in the quarters, Terry Roach in the last 16.
91.
Barry Copeland he beat in the last 32, and it was Barry who recently won the Welsh Open. Well, it may have been the Welsh Masters. It was one of the two anyway.
140. James Newcar, 170. $95.
This one is going the way of Ruthless. At least it should. But maybe Murray's got different ideas.
140. James Yukar 75.
Treble 17 should be the target. Tops is now, and he's got the wrong
37.
double.
Ranu requires
So Murray
64.
can double his lead. Double 16.
32.
Just drags it to the
James
left.
Yukar 38.
Richardson splitting this one to go for that same target that's just been missed.
6.
You can't believe that hasn't nestled into the green bit. Double 8 is found, and Murray somehow has got a 2-0 lead, averaging just over 70. So maybe some improvements have to be found, but so far it's a winning formula.
Game on.
.73.32 to be exact for that average. Not something you would write home about, but just saying that you're 2-0 up on Richardson is a
55.
very good thing right now. Another person that Murray beat en route to the final of the Scottish Open was Darren Johnson, who's had a very good
76.
WDF season himself.
$140. 100.
That's better from James. All three darts really straight and penetrating the air with a bit of purpose.
135.
Not hanging around these two, that's for sure. It's a sign that playing quicker
58.
these days just stops you from thinking too much. You don't get many slow players anymore.
131.
He's gradually putting it together, but the fact of the matter is he should be 3-0 down. Now, if Paul Hinks does not call this one 127 in game, if it's hit, then I'm going to call the finishing police.
102.
He's probably relieved he didn't have to. Ryan Murray feels the same. And he does find the third dart double 10 for a 3-0 lead here. So it could be the favourite for this group at the bottom of the table after two matches.
Paul Fike James to throw first. Game on.
Gradually getting better.
55.
But the worrying thing for Richardson is that he's only in the mid-70s average range. He's going to need to find a very fast improvement
97.
to grab points today. Because I don't see the likes of Matt Dennant and Scott Marsh decaying form-wise over the next couple of hours. I mentioned Darren Johnson for Ryan Murray en route to the final of the Scottish Open. Yorkshire Darts at the moment is doing really well because Darren's friend Martin Turner is someone who's had really good runs in WDF events as well. And it was Martin Turner that James beat on the way to the Denmark Masters title very recently.
79.
He beat Jelle Klassen in that final by 6 legs to 5. And we did see a little bit of Jelle a bit earlier in the Live League season as well.
125.
But James was reduced to tears when he got that title. Not only because it's put him a little bit closer to going back to Lakeside, but because he has had some things going on in his personal life, and it was pretty poignant for him when he won that title. Let's just say that.
87. Ranu 100
to finish the match with a bang. You wouldn't really classify that as a bang. It's more of a balloon pop. Double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg. James Richardson.
It's a bit like walking into a bakery and everything's been sold out because there's no bagels here. 3-1 it is, and James has still got ambitions of winning this one by 4 legs to 3.
First, game on.
When you step into this room for the first time, and I can say this from talking to other dart players because I haven't played in there yet
100.
myself. When you do for the first time, you just want to get that first leg. Then you say, I just want to get another one. And when you're involved in a match like this, which you
100.
have dominated score-wise, you just want to get over the line and say, right, I've got my first win now. Got something to build on.
60.
And if you can get a win in your first 2 matches, you've got every chance of winning this group. The maximum amount of points
100.
that you can get is 20.
$134.
My guess is that maybe 16 points will be enough to win this group. But some of the groups that we've
59.
seen in Group A over the last couple of months, they've been won with a lot less. And a leg difference definitely comes into play. 171's come into play.
142.
And that's what Ryan Murray did not want to see. Is this match starting to turn around? 99.
18.
So an easier opportunity now for Murray to book the 2 points. 18 for tops. Got to get the 18, and he's not going to get a match dart.
72. James will require
Inside,
18.
he's going to be writhing at missing that single. 4.
10.
So he does get a
Ryan will
shot
require
for the
40.
match. In fact, he gets 3 of them.
Game shot on
Only
the mat,
takes
Ryan
2.
Murray.
And it's a first win in the live league for Ryan Murray. 2 consecutive defeats for James Richardson so far this morning, but he has got chance after chance to rebound over the next 3 games that he has left. But you can see that the averages weren't too great, a little bit edgy at times, so improvement does need to be found. But a first 2 points for Murray, and now he has something to build on. Something to build on is not what we talked about with Scott Marsh a little bit earlier, because he was already in the sky with a 101 plus average and a 170 finish. Can he continue that next against Ireland's Ciaran Teehan? That comes up next. Time to go into match number 6 now, which will bring round 2 to a close. And in our previous match, it was a battle of 2 players who had not won this morning so far. We go to the other side of the coin now with 2 players who have registered a win, and they're looking to double down. Teehan was decent in his first game, averaging 89 with 40% on doubles. Taking advantage of a somewhat cold Ryan Murray, who has now got his first 2 points, as you can see. But Scott Marsh can go back to the top of the table if he can find a win against third place Teehan right here.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And whenever I talk about Ciaran Teehan, 2 things come to mind. One, the amount of people from Southwest Ireland who say his name is
100.
Ciaran instead of Ciaran. I have made sure that I say that every time quite predominantly with the A at the end. Ciaran Teehan. And the other one, was it back in 2019 when I knew absolutely nothing about him, and I learned that he played his very first Challenge Tour event
81.
on the 28th of September 2019, and he won it. Imagine that. Walking into Challenge Tour venue, and for the very first time, and you think, oh, this is easy.
41.
When he won that title in Wigan, he beat Barry Van Peer in the final with a 98.5 average.
180.
He's got a stiff test here because Marsh looks like he's in the mood today. He beat Shane McGurk, his fellow Irishman, in the semis. Nick Fulwell, we know plenty about Nick here at the Live League. Chris Quantock, who we know plenty of at the Live League. And Andy Jenkins. You're talking about seasoned pros and great players from yesteryear. He also beat Jason Askew, funnily enough, en route to that Challenge Tour title, which he has not added to since then. But Jason Askew, like I've already mentioned
100.
today, is the Live League average record holder.
Scott, you require 80.
Single 20 for tops for leg 1.
40.
And that is the first double he's missed today. In his first performance, he was Mr. Perfect.
100. Scott, you require 40.
Bouncing to the hockey with confidence. And there you see the confident result. He could be the person to beat in this group, judging by this start. I think it being a 2-day group is definitely going to play into his hands.
Second leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on. 100.
Scott Marsh said to me at Lakeside a month ago that he was going to win the tournament. And I loved that attitude. He got a golden invitation
100.
to that Lakeside by winning the British Open in 2021. And in the final for that, he beat Connor Scutt, who, of course, last year was one of the performers in
100.
the Online Darts Live League. He's now graduated to the Pro Tour. And he's having some decent results so far this year. But Scott, in that World Championship,
140.
played pretty well. I've already mentioned that he beat James Richardson early in the tournament in the last 32, but then he ran into a massive performance by Andy Bartons of Belgium,
97.
and he was helpless. One of the best performances ever on the Lakeside stage. That's what it took to take Scott Marsh out by 3 sets to 0.
140.
And he looked shell-shocked at the end. It was a tournament that saw the average record broken by Richard Veenstra.
134. Scott require 121.
121 on the bull is the Johnny Clayton way of finishing a leg. But double 14 gives him
Game
a
shot on the
2-0
second
lead.
leg, Scott Marsh.
Boy, what did he have for breakfast? I want some. Look at this. Pinpoint stuff. Something has
Like
clicked
Scott to throw
on
first,
Tuesday for Marsh. 28 darts for those first 2
96.
legs. And if he does that again to win 4 legs to 0, he will equal his best record average in this room.
100.
But let's say he could find it in 27. He would break his own PB and get close to the 110 mark.
125.
He is definitely in the mood, scoring well, finishing brilliantly. Teehan not playing poorly, averaging over 90.
85.
But that was the tail of Marsh's first game today. His opponent averaged 93. It wasn't enough.
95.
Judging by the confidence levels of Marsh, he will fancy another visit to the Lakeside in 2023. Much like Richardson,
134.
he wants to get back there to have a deeper run, to do what Neil Duff was able to do a matter of 4 weeks ago.
139.
There are some other WDF tournaments coming up, and having success in the Online Darts Live League is a massive
98.
confidence
Require
builder,
46.
as is a 3-0 lead in a best-of-7 match. Tops again. Just not
He's
missing
shown
on the
third
outer
leg.
ring.
Scott Marsh.
This is unbelievable finishing from Scott Marsh today. He was perfect in his first game, and he's very close to perfect in this one.
Fourth leg
One
Kieran
more
to
leg
throw
in this match,
first,
maybe.
game
And he's kept that trend going of averaging 107.
on. 60.
He is a confident player, and he's not shy to show it. Even when he has a poor dart,
125.
he brushes it off in a matter of half a second and then goes back to the lipstick.
123.
Don't be afraid to get in touch on social media today as well, as you can see from our graphic under the scores.
100.
The Online Darts Live League has its own social channels on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. In a world that is full of negativity, please keep it positive today.
100.
We would very much appreciate the positivity thrown our way, and keep it to yourself as well, because we could all do with a smile on a murky Tuesday.
$83.
Good save there from Marsh, who may be smiling himself very soon. This match will bring to an end
95.
round 2 of our matches, so everybody will have played twice. It's at that point you can assess your position and say, what have I got to do from here? At the end of Tuesday, you have to be in a position to strike for tomorrow. You don't want to be saying to yourself, I have to win every game.
123.
But at the very least, if you do that tomorrow, you want that to take you through to Saturday's finals. This is a double 9 shot.
105.
It could be the last dart he throws. And if it is, bravo Scott Marsh. It's not meant to be that way. And Teehan will come back for 18 points to make sure that 6 matches take place on Tuesday morning without a 4-0. Does he like that lie?
9. Scott, you require 100.
There's your answer. Ah, 16's on the 104. That's in. Is tops?
64.
I'm almost
Kieran, you
surprised it
require
wasn't.
9.
Only the second dart at a double he has missed in the match. Double 2. And I
7.
fear the worst for
Scott, you
Ciaran
require
Teehan now.
40.
You feel the match is only seconds away from being done. Double 10.
20. Ciaran, you require
And at the
2.
finishing post, Scott Marsh slows up a little bit.
Game
And
shot on
from the
fourth leg.
madhouse,
Ciaran
we can only
Teehan.
see that one person is mad about that hit, and that is Marsh, because he has missed match shots, and he now has to go all the way
Looks like
back to
Scott
501.
first. Game on.
I like to categorise darts every now and again, using different sports.
58.
When you lose a leg like that, where you're 20 points away from winning a match, it's, I suppose, the same as completing maybe 4 or 5 furlongs.
100.
And then because you get pipped at the line, you have to then go back and try and complete the last furlong again. Or like in a match play match in golf.
58.
You lose a hole where you've missed a putt to win the match, but then you have to go to the next hole to try and do it again from the back tee. This is why sports psychology is so big these days.
100.
You have to handle mini losses to try and get the mini wins after that to get success.
58.
Winning in darts is never guaranteed. There are no gimmies in this game. It's one of the reasons why we love it so much. It's the reason why we have seen many a game in best of 7 legs
95.
go 4-3 to the person who was 3-0 down. Now, I've seen Marsh in this room
100.
come back from 3-0 down on more than one occasion. What he does not want to do is have that happen to him today, to halt
58.
all of his momentum. Funnily enough, the last one that I remember for Marsh was against Richie Burnett last year. That was a particularly interesting game.
81.
Burnett was averaging 107 after 3 legs, and he lost the match 4-3. What was Marsh averaging after 3-0? 107. Double 14, and it's another big out for the day. Doesn't give Scott a shot at the 146 to finish the match off. That is a huge, huge out for the Irishman to ignite his challenge in match 6. Big finishes today. 148, 160, 170. And that's a huge red flag for Marsh, who was cruising. But maybe he's had enough of this game now, and he wants to get rid of it.
$98. 58. 100.
It's good defiance here from Teehan. Marsh will be thinking, get to 164 minimum. Got to go north here. He's done a good thing here by asking, because if he stayed on the 19s, he ran the risk of leaving a bogey number.
95.
Oh, Scott, you got it wrong. Silly, silly Scott. One of those moments where you realise you shouldn't have done that.
35.
But he's just gotten away with it.
$56.
Hasn't really put a hole in that either, as his average plunders down towards 91. Still a decent performance.
100.
But he's running the risk of going all the way here. Oh, we would love a shot at double 16. A shot he doesn't get.
56.
And at
Kieran,
3-0,
you're past
with
72.
3 darts in hand at tops, everything looked pretty cushy. Things are looking ropey all of a sudden.
Game
Because it's
shown on the
3-3.
sixth leg. Ciaran Teehan.
There is proof that you can't relax at any point in a darts match, whether you're 3-0 up or 3-3. Let's find out what happens in the last leg of this contest.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Started the last leg with a maximum. But the
41.
reason he lost that leg was because he didn't have the darts. He does have them in leg 7.
140.
Now, Ciaran Teehan is in the same position in the table at this early stage as Scott. 2 points and +3 as his leg difference.
57.
Not only will he elevate himself to 4 points and +4 if he wins this leg, but his confidence will have been elevated so high from a 3-0 deficit
60.
that maybe he will be as confident in this room as he has ever been. This has got to be good from here, because so far in this leg from Marsh it hasn't been good enough.
100.
He will admit that. Advantage Ireland. For how long?
47.
Maybe not for long. And this is where Marsh must use the 19s. He's not going to leave a finish.
61.
It's as you were. Teehan has still got the throw. That's a good save in the end to get himself a little bit further down, but it's not good enough to make a finish. Marsh has got 6 from 242. He will have expected that third dart to hit that 60. It was almost easier to hit it than miss it with the way his darts are delivered. Is Teehan slowing down at the right time for Marsh? His last 3 visits have not been good. Bullseye of 42. Oh, that's a bad dart.
42. Ciaran Teehan 140.
He's had a 148. 145 is arguably harder, even though it's less points. It's not going to go. So Marsh, who had 3 match darts in leg 4,
60.
now gets possibly 2 in leg 7. Crazy game.
40.
And a game
Ciaran
that
Teehan
Marsh can
86.
still lose. Yes, Ciaran, you're right. This one's a head scratcher. Two 18s for a shot at the bull. But that's better.
70.
And he's missed 2 for the match. What a weird game. Marsh has missed 5. But he hasn't missed a 6th. And somehow he gets across the line. I think there's a little tinge of relief for Scott Marsh there. And Teehan's saying to himself, well, I should have lost that 4-0, but I've only lost it by 4 legs to 3 in the end. The averages were very similar. And the checkouts weren't too far apart either. But that 148 was brilliant from Teehan. 121 from Marsh as well. On double 14 as well. It was a great, entertaining game to finish round number 2. So Marsh goes to the top for now. As we go into round number 3, we're going to get another look at Matt Dennant, who has won 2 from 2 so far. He's up against Ryan Murray after the break. It's not been a bad day so far, has it? Some really good darts from Scott Marsh. He's found 2 wins so far, as has Matt Dennant. And we're going to get another look at him now against Ryan Murray. There's the table, and you see Marsh at the top on leg difference over Ryan Murray's opponent in this game. Matt Dennant seems to be the man who starts each round. He had the first game in round 1, first game in round 2, and the first game in round 3. But towards the end of the day, he will have a little bit of a break because he's going to be finishing proceedings in match 15 when he takes on Ciaran Teehan. When he does that, you just wonder how many points he will already have in the bank.
80.
As for Murray, 2 points from his first 2 matches. And considering the level he has played
96.
at, I think he'll be very happy with that. Both averages so far today for Murray in the late 70s.
140.
And I know for a fact that he can do a lot better than that.
81. 48.
I talked about the fact that Matt Dennant had not made that many appearances on the European Tour and only picked up the 1 win. Well, Ryan Murray's only been on the European Tour twice. Played in the German Championship in 2020.
63.
That one was won by Devin Peterson. And he also played in the Gibraltar Darts Trophy the following year. That was
99.
the last European Tour event of 2021. Is it another 170?
134.
It's not, but it's an impeccable approach. Got to be 2 double tops or 48 for 32.
84. Might you require 36?
First blood to Dennant? It could be. Oh, it's a great dart. Just gets over the line on that double 9. And so far today, when he's been missing doubles, he's not been missing them by much.
Something like Ryan to throw first. Game on.
When Ryan Murray has played on the European Tour, he has not won either. So that's something these guys have got in common. They don't have a great deal of European Tour success. But when you talk about Ryan Murray in other tournaments, he's played in the World Masters on one occasion. He's played in 7 UK Opens. And that's compared to the 4 that Matt has played in. Muzza has played in the Players' Championship finals and the PDC Worlds also. And that World Championship that he played in,
95.
he lost to a certain Michael van Gerwen, who has been the scourge of his career. And I once heard a really
76.
good piece of commentary from one of my colleagues saying that Ryan Murray didn't want to be the answer to a quiz question.
140.
He didn't want to be known as the guy who Michael van Gerwen hit 2 9-darters against in a UK Open qualifier a few years ago. He wanted to have more from himself than that, and
44.
I admire that.
126.
And since then, he has become a much more potent threat on the dartboard. But it was MVG
58.
that took him out of his only World Championship. But Murray had him worried. Until Michael went a little bit crazy and averaged 109.
134. Ranyukar 68.
Great shot for double 4.
Game shot on the second
And things
leg,
are starting to
Murray.
pick up for Ryan Murray. Maybe he's starting to get the hang of this room, the silence and the temperature and the poise on the hockey, because that was as good as we've seen from him so far
Looks like
today.
Matt to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 15 darter. Elevates his average after a couple of legs up towards 99.
140.
I did say earlier, it does take some players a little bit of time to get used to this atmosphere. Looks like Ryan has taken a couple of games.
180.
Some people take a couple of days, and then there are others who just don't like it.
134.
Well, Ryan's starting to click. Clickety click.
180.
Could we get a 9?
60.
I mentioned
Ryan,
the
your
9s
car,
that Michael hit against him.
161.
How about one of his own? Oh, he teased us. He teased
89.
us.
Matt, your car, 167.
Great effort and great respect from the lovely lad that is Matt Dennant. But what he wanted to do there was take that 167 and say,
97.
hey,
Ryan, your
he
car,
needed to hit that
52.
9 darter to beat me. Double top.
32.
And he could lose the leg.
Matt, you require 70.
Dennant is in for the kill here. Might only get one shot. Got to be careful here. This 18 wasn't an easy shot. But he
Game's
takes
on
the
third
tops.
leg. Matt
Oh,
Dennant.
that stings a bit. When you've had a shot for a 9 darter with 7 perfect trebles, your opponent sticks around and picks your pocket.
Fourth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I was having a chat with Paul Hinks this morning about Graham Usher, who finished second in week 2, of course, on Saturday night / Sunday morning.
81.
And he informed me that Graham Usher hit 10 consecutive treble 20s in a match on Saturday night.
180.
And there's 3. Apparently had a 180 at the end of a leg, and then he went 7 perfect in the next leg.
180.
And all of a sudden, that treble 20 is the size of a barn door. Just not missing. At all. Should have stayed upstairs, you see, Matt. And this time he goes 5 perfect darts into a 9.
100.
You can see the averages. Not bad at all. And if Matt keeps doing
96.
something like this, he
Ryan,
could
your
worry
car,
his personal best
140.
of 101.9. Murray, averaging 107, may have needed that 140 out.
100.
Because he could
Matt,
be
your
3-1
car,
down.
86.
Question is he on double 7? Oh,
Game
Matt
shot on the
Dennant.
fourth leg. Matt Dennant.
This is brutal. Great finishing. The average is just under 100 now, but he doesn't care. He's only 1 leg away from a 4-1
Matt,
victory.
throw first. Game on.
And Ryan's thinking, hang on a minute. So from match 1 and match 2 that I've played today, of which I've won 1 and lost 1, I've raised my average
45.
by about 28, and I'm losing 3-1. He's probably struggling to get his head around that.
60.
Not that he knows what his average is, because we don't publish that in the room. Players don't like to know what they're averaging whilst they're in game. That's just a fact.
140.
They want to get themselves into this nice little bubble, and they're in this loop of walking towards the board, back from the board, and throwing in the middle.
121.
This has been a superb game, and by far the best contest of the day so far.
60.
We will reach the halfway point when we play in the next match. Match 8 will be Stevenson against Teehan,
95.
with Stevenson still yet to score. And Teehan has got 2 points, so those two are hunting down the top
119.
dogs. And Dennant is getting very close to being the top dog. The pressure
9.
that Matt Dennant has
Matt,
put
your
on Murray in
car,
this match
137.
is almost like an anvil falling off a cliff. And you can't get your feet out the quicksand.
99.
He hasn't done much wrong. In fact, the whole
100.
match
Matt, your
turned in
car,
the leg where he
58.
went for the 9 and lost it. Dennant for the win. How much of that double 16 can he see?
6.
Not quite enough.
Brand new record 116.
Can Muzza save the match on tops?
96.
Just dragged it a little low and left. And you fancy that might be that. Oh, but maybe not. This is a tricky shot.
16. Brand new
That's
record
now
20.
5 missed darts for the match. And Ryan Murray is surviving here and somehow gets a break of throw in 20 darts, with both averaging either around the 100 mark or above it. The averages have come down and it's a tight match all of a sudden. Are they going to follow the pattern of the last match, where Marsh only just got over the line? Matt will be hoping not. Just wants to get the job done. And that's the way to do it. 5 maximums in this match. 3 from Murray, 2 from Dennant.
89.
A high-class encounter. And as this session keeps going, the standard is being raised. The
100.
drama is more palpable. But every now and again, Murray is having a visit that he
26.
despises. He had a 9 in the last leg. It didn't hurt his chances.
43.
And he has somewhat got away with that previous visit of 26. But this is back to normal.
121.
Pressure's back. Of the highest magnitude.
138.
So this is one of those Hollywood shots. Bull 25 bull. Or that for 60 and tops. What a way it would be to save the match.
105.
It's not there. 40. So after 5 missed shots for the match at 16s, tops comes up trumps for a 4-2 win and a really good game of darts. You see the averages have come into the high 90s. Still a tremendous match. But some great efforts at 9 darters in there. Some big scoring with a lot of 180s. You can see there were 5 of them. But it is Dennant who was perfect so far today with 3 wins from 3. And Murray just has the 1 from his 3 matches so far. The middle match is just about to follow when we come back after the break. And it will be Ciaran Teehan of Ireland up against Plymouth's Simon Stevenson in just a few moments. It's time for the middle match of our Tuesday morning schedule, and it's time for Ireland to take on England once again, with Simon Stevenson now taking on Ciaran Teehan. 2 points on the line in this one. You can see that Dennant sits alone at the top, but he has played 3 games, whereas 4 players have only played the 2. Teehan, if he finds a win, can get to 4. Stevenson still looking for that first win of the day. I wonder what's going to happen in this best of 7 leg match. Richardson may find himself even more stranded at the foot of the table if it is a win for the man from Plymouth.
First leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned earlier that Stevenson had played in 1 PDC World Championship. Well, Ciaran Teehan's played in 2. The young man has got himself a win on the Ali Pali stage as well.
134.
Against a very good player in Ross Smith. Back on the 15th of December in 2019, he beat Ross Smith by 3 sets to 0.
100.
That was the same day that James Richardson only just beat Mikuru Suzuki in what is a very forgotten match because of the heroics of Fallon Sherrick that year. But when Ciaran found his way into round 2 of that World Championship, he lost in a very tight encounter with Mervyn King. I remember that game not being particularly good standard-wise, but being immensely dramatic. How he would love to get back there, that's for sure. He did get back there the following year.
100.
But he lost out by 3 sets to 2 to Wayne Jones 1 year and 3 days after his debut.
60.
Coming from the same stable as Steve Lennon. I do believe that they're not in the same stable anymore, but they used to be. They've got some very strong dart shirt action going on with those Irish shirts. I'm a big fan of them.
92.
Ciaran's already had a big out today of a 148. This one is remarkably simpler. But it's not going to happen.
93. Simon, you
Stevenson should take this one in 17 or 18 darts. Double 10. And he does bank a leg in 6 visits. So that is a good start for Simon. In a lot of his games previous to this, he has not had good starts, so this is buoyant for him.
Second leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
I just wanted to get a little look at the action of Teehan here. That throw is immensely compact. You don't see those big arms of his reaching out to stretch those muscles. Everything is very compact in the same sort of way as Simon Stevenson's is. But there's a big difference between their actions. If you look at the follow through of Ciaran here, full extension of the forearm outwards. Piercing the air with a beautifully smooth throw. It's very underrated in the world of darts, believe me. But the follow through of Stevenson's very different. It's almost as if the throw just stops and he prods the air.
28.
It's a bit like golf and some other individual sports. Styles
105.
just create narrative. They create column inches. They give us things to talk about. But ultimately, it's where the darts end up that tell the story.
56.
Now that's an interesting play for me. Going to the 18s there. He's not really under pressure here.
100.
And Simon knows it with that wry smile. Just stay straight here. He does stay straight.
Game shot on
Very
the second
straight.
leg. Ciaran
So it is
Teehan.
another ton plus out. Yes, that classifies as a ton plus out. Because it is a ton out on double 10. And it is 1-1.
To throw first. Game on.
I was having a little conversation with Simon Stevenson this morning asking about Justin Pipe. Because Justin is no longer on tour. Not been playing a great deal of darts as well. He may be
57.
Going off into the darting sunset. And just spending the time with his family now. What if you are watching, Justin, hope you're well.
125.
Just goes to show that if you want to stop playing darts and you want to spend more time with your family, because believe me, you spend a lot of time away from home
57.
in modern day darts. You sacrifice a lot of time with family and friends. If you want to go back to your personal life and not have that big fanfare,
140.
that's entirely your choice, and I completely respect it. Not everybody's going to get the big send-off like Phil Taylor did in the 2018 World Championship, walking off the stage to Coldplay. You think about the
58.
likes of Dennis Priestley and Dennis Ovens, who just wanted to just go into the sunset in their own way. And I respect that.
45.
That does not please Simon, who is trying to protect his own throw in this match. He has the throw in the odd-numbered legs.
99.
So based on that alone, he's expected to win this match. Based on this position, that is still the case.
50.
That position could change, though, if this is a two-treble visit.
100. Simon, you require 90.
Doesn't give a lot away, Teehan. That's for sure. A lot of players might have stayed on the 60 there. Have a shot at double 9 because the lie was so good. That's a good lie as well. But it's a lie he couldn't use.
59. Simon, you require 40.
Tops for 2-1.
And
he's getting over the line, but he's having to survive against an opponent who is just not finding enough at the end of legs to punish him. So it's 2-1 Stevenson.
Fourth leg Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
I will never forget the first time I
58.
ever saw Ciaran Teehan. I'd never seen him play. But he made the World Masters. And that was a famous tournament won by John
84.
O'Shea. That was one of the most Irish tournaments I have ever been to, because Katie Sheldon won the girls, Keane Barry won the boys, and John O'Shea won the men's. And the only tournament that wasn't won by the Irish was the women's, which was Lisa Ashton, who coincidentally had a very good time at the Live League very recently. Great to see her doing bits here. Splendid world-class player. And we've had a close call in 2021 with Fallon Sherrick almost winning a week. And Lisa Ashton was pretty close, wasn't she? That was all the way back at week 4 in phase 1. And she came second to Colin Osborne. Big year coming up for the ladies. They've got a world match play to contend for.
60.
And there's a new world champion in Bo Greaves, who has just won the Welsh Open against Fallon Sherrick, who herself won the Welsh Masters on Sunday.
100.
So much in the way of darts these days, isn't it great? Is it a 171?
133.
133 he takes to leave 50. But he's running the risk of 3-1 down.
$94. Ciaran, you require 50.
For 2-2. It's double 16. It's very tidy. And we're seeing a lot of legs taken with the second dart of the visit in this match. So the number 2 is king, and it is 2-2 in a quest for 4.
Fifth leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
Now there is a pattern emerging in the fixture list for today. The first 2 games went against the throw, with Dennant beating Richardson
60.
and Marsh beating Stevenson. But since then, we've had 5 matches all go with the darts, or what I would like to call a home win.
100.
The home player here is Stevenson. But very much like going to casinos and seeing 7 or 8 reds
61.
on a roulette board, there's no guarantee of what will happen next. I'm not going to ignore what he's just done there. I don't know how he got that dart to dangle from his own stem. I think he's destroyed his own stem ring.
140.
I've never seen a dart in my career do that. I think what he's done is just dispose of the stem ring and just he's going to get on with it.
77.
Seen some peculiar darts in my career. Darts that have bounced out and balanced on another dart backwards. That was, I think, James Wilson who did that. Darryl
100.
Gurney's also done that. We've seen darts that have pierced a flight and dangling towards the floor, but don't register points.
96.
All for the
Ciaran,
bloopers
you
cam
require
on YouTube.
161.
Well, Stevenson is looking for the home win to get his first 2 points of the day, but bad news is coming his
93.
way.
$140. Ciaran,
Good pressure applied on this 68, which is 4 break throw now. Teehan's average is a good 8 points better than his opponent. What a marker. Just hit that dart.
52.
Oh, he's at the wrong double.
Simon, you require 67.
He's missed the single. And he can't believe it.
41. Ciaran, you require 16.
He's already hit double 8 in his leg. And he's hit it again. So it's 3-2, and it's the first break of throw in this match that is telling. So Ciaran Teehan is looking for a first away win in today's schedule since match 2.
Game on. 100.
90 average for Ciaran Teehan. Doubles have been really good. There you see that average for
100.
Stevenson, which is 8 adrift. Only the one maximum in this match, which is fine. Not every game is going to be littered with maximums. And we tend to judge
96.
people who don't hit a lot of maximums on the amount of 140s that they hit. Well, funnily enough, Simon's got more 140s in this match than Ciaran Teehan. So it's the in-between
99.
scores that have been boss for Ciaran, who's got 13 ton-plus scores in this match so far. 18's first for both players here, potentially.
43.
302 and 305. They tend to make you go 18's first because you want to try and leave a finish. And that's exactly what Simon's trying to create. 60 now.
92.
Falls one short of leaving the 170. So if you classify yourself as not the best counter out there and you're looking to watch darts of this standard to learn, look at what they do
92.
on numbers between 260 and 315. Look at which first dart they choose. Is it a 25? Is it a 19? Is it an 18?
118. Ciaran, you've
Try
got
to figure it out one
170.
step at a time to create a better counting game. Everybody knows how to hit this. And what
105.
Simon would
you've got
give
92.
to hit that 60 with his first dart, if he so chooses. At least 78. So you can go double 19 tops if he wishes. But it's going to be 18s. Good dart.
68.
Could have been a great escape.
Ciaran, you've got 65.
But he might be languished at the bottom of the table on 3 losses. In as little as 2 darts from here. Tops it is. And
Game
tops he
shot of the
gets
match,
for a
Ciaran
clinical
Teehan.
finish in 17 darts in this 6-leg match, which goes the way of the Irishman, who picks up his 2nd win of the day. It's a good performance. 89.6 is very similar to the average that he had in his other win, but the checkouts, look at that. 80%, and the only dart he missed at double in the match at double 16 actually hit double 8. So technically, he is 100% on doubles in some sort of way. But we're not going to give him 100%. Anyway, going into the next game, it's going to be Scott Marsh against James Richardson. It is a rematch of the WDF World Championship, and on that occasion, it was Scott Marsh who won. Can Richardson get revenge after the break? This next game will bring to an end round 3 of our matches for Tuesday in Group A, and it couldn't be a better match because it is a World Championship rematch between Scott Marsh and James Richardson. Who's going to take this best of 7 leg match? So far, Marsh has been very good, and he's trying to keep pace with Dennant again. But Richardson's at the other side of the scale. Hasn't managed to find a win yet. But maybe this is the game that will motivate him more than anything else in this group. The man who denied him a spot
First leg
in the next round of the WDF World Championship.
Game on.
He would have had a crack at Andy Barton's in the last 16 at Lakeside had he gotten over the line against Marsh. But that 3-2 match went the way of the man from Orpington, where he averaged 89.77 in that match to James's 86.64.
60.
It was Richardson who got the big start, but Marsh was able to kick from a very defensive position and get the win.
57.
Lakeside is the place where dreams are made, but nightmares can happen also.
60.
And I think on some level, James really wants to go back there to get a title there because his son has won there. His son won the BDO Boys Championship, the Boys World Championship, of course, before the 2 times that Justin Vaterau won. And then it was won by Leighton Bennett, of course.
100.
And Josh Richardson is going to be joining us on Thursday. We'll talk more about that in a second, but let's see what Marsh can do from this position. He hasn't started too brilliantly here on the treble 20.
78.
There you can see he's trying to glide those darts over the top of the markers, in direct contrast to what James is doing by Ruthless's way of doing it is to bash them into each other.
42.
That is one colourful dart shirt, isn't it? That Darts for Heroes shirt.
99. James requires 68.
68 points, separate him from the first leg then. That is picture perfect. And that is a beautiful 68 out. He needed something like that because today, so far, he's just been a bit flat. He hasn't had a great deal to cling on to. Maybe he can start from here.
Something like Scott to throw first. Game on.
Because let's not forget. Let us not forget. Let me get that right. That he can still walk away from today with 6 points.
60.
But he would have to beat Scott Marsh, Ciaran Teehan, and Simon Stevenson in match 14. If he walks away with 6 points
60.
today, he'll be elated. But if he walks away with 4, he'll be satisfied. 2, he'll be disappointed. If it's none, he'll be thinking about, all right, what am I doing on Thursday and Friday? There is a possibility that he'll play his own boy on Thursday in Group C.
134.
But if you think there's going to be any sympathy in that prospective game, then think again, because last year, James hit a 9-darter in this room against his own son. And I've seen it
26.
with siblings and best friends on the hockey. Nobody cares about that when they play darts. I've seen Steve West beat his own brother 6-0 with 110 average.
60.
Marsh is losing the range on that 60. And it's not
43.
that he's missing it by much. The darts aren't just clicking in to the places that they were earlier. That's reflected in his performance so far. And it looks like Richardson's starting to cook.
140.
James has got a lot of fans, got close friends who he travels with to places like Minehead. His friends Jamie and Mark, who I'm sure are tuning in today whilst they're working. His wife Carolyn, his son Josh, of course.
James O'Connor, 107.
All big fans of James's game.
31.
Not the end of the world, that 31. Marsh has got to find this first dart. And that's exactly what that was.
100.
It does take pressure off the rest of the visit, but you walk away from a visit like that with a ton and you're disappointed. 16 leaves his favourite double.
56.
Maybe not right now.
134.
This would be against the run of play and out of the clear blue sky. Because he hasn't hit anything in this match so far. And he gave it a
74.
really good go.
James require 20.
Double 10. Double 5.
Game shot on the
Good find for
leg.
Richardson,
James
who was
Richardson.
throwing at that double 10 from a more left position on the oche. It's something that he does, so watch out for that a little bit later in this match or the day.
I'd like James to throw first. Game on.
So this is the position he throws from on the oche to the 60 and tops.
60.
But if you look at him when he goes for double 10, most of the time he will stand a little bit further left and step maybe 6 inches to his left. Why he does that,
60.
you'd have to ask him. Talking to James this morning, he's particularly proud of his son Josh because he will make his England debut next week. Because Connor Scott, who was originally slated for the squad, was not able to participate because he's now a PDC
96.
player. So the next person to get the call up was Josh. So many congratulations, Josh. Go well for England next week in Merthyr Tydfil.
60.
There's not been a great deal of aggression on the face of James so far today. He's a very aggressive player. And I don't mean that in an angry sense.
85.
I mean it in a sense of he likes to go after things. And he will reflect that with his facial expressions. But today so far he's been quite stone-faced.
96.
He knows that it may be a very long week. And we will have darts for you tomorrow morning from 9:30 with this group again, the climax of Group A, live on Sporty Stuff TV.
85.
And then come Thursday, we have double session Thursday and double session Friday,
83.
where the evening session starts at 10 p.m. with action from Group B. And then Saturday night, finals night, starts at the same time, 10 p.m. until a climax at around about 1:30 in the morning.
85.
Whoever wins
James
that
O'Connor,
night
144.
will bag 2 bags of sand.
60. Scott require 90.
James wanted to leave 44 there, minimum. 2 solid 20s for a bull shot. Just go over the top, Scott. He wanted the 60. He was prepared to gamble,
80.
but it hasn't paid off.
James require 84.
Things are changing.
Game
And
shot
the
on
84 is
third leg.
taken
James
for
Richardson.
an unexpected hold in the end because he was the one who was chasing all of that leg, but it's paid off, and Richardson is very close to victory.
Fourth leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
But then again, so was Marsh in his last game against Teehan. He was 3-0 up. He had 3 darts in hand at tops to win 4-0.
22.
And in the end, he only just won 4-3. Now, if I may dispense with usual protocol here
96.
and allow me to be brutally honest about the stats in this game, Marsh can't stand this performance. It's well below par. And even
100.
Richardson at 3-0 up is thinking, I'm playing poorly and I'm winning. In fact, the only statistic I can see is that 50% on the doubles for Richardson is very good.
140.
We haven't had a maximum. We've only had 2 scores make that 3. Over 140. You get games like this. They happen. Where something doesn't click. Timing goes off for about 5 or 10 minutes. And there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to shake it off and move on. But that's the beauty of the Online Darts Live League. You get 5 games in a day. You might have 1 bad game. But if you win the other 4, then you're still in with a chance of winning the group.
59.
If you look at the level of performance from James in 2022 compared to 2021 and his overall Live League career as a stat, he's playing better this year than last year. In fact, his running average before today started for 2022 was 2 points better than his overall career. Can he finish the match right now?
36. Scott, you require 80.
So he's now in the position that Scott was in match number 6. He's had a match dart at 3-0 up. And like that match, the opponent has come back into it. So Marsh is on the other side of the coin this time. He was the one who was 3-0 down. Can he bring us back?
100.
Judging by the look in the eyes of Richardson, he looks like he won't be denied. But I've been wrong before.
85.
The start of round number 4 will be after this match. And for the first time today, a round will not be started
58.
by Matthew Dennant. It will be started by Stevenson and Murray, as they look for 2 vital points in their campaign.
100.
Now, even James, who loves to do a bit of running repairs on his points as a match is in progress, he'll have done that really carefully to not put Scott off on the
60.
oche. Good first start. Should be a 140.
81.
And the fact that it's 81 will cheese him right off. If you don't know that vernacular, it means he's not very pleased with it.
77.
I'd love to know where that came from. Whoever started that. Being cheesed off. Nothing cheesy about this.
180.
Positively red hot. And maybe the shackles are off now.
100. Scott, you require 55.
Scott's doubles haven't been bad. He's had 2 shots and hit 1. Can he maintain 50%? 50% will be good enough. Double 10.
Game shot on
And
the fifth leg.
50%
Scott
is
Marsh.
good enough for 3-2 all of a sudden. What another weird game this is turning out to be. So Marsh will throw next for 3-3.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Now he got away with it in match number 6. Is he going to lead a very charmed existence today
120.
where he can win from 3-0 down? And remember, Richardson did have 1 dart to win 4-0.
100.
It's looking increasingly likely that Richardson may have to serve it out in leg 7.
60.
And if you said to me this morning that Richardson would be on 0 points after 3 matches, I wouldn't have believed you. But he can still get 2.
140.
He's picking up the pace a little bit there as well, staying out of rhythm, which is very uncharacteristic. There you see on the shirt of Scott Marsh, names of his children. That's a very popular thing for dart players to do
100.
these days, to pay homage to their families.
$90.
How James would love 6 darts from 171, but he might not get them.
$100.
It will depend on what Marsh does with that 121. Doesn't give a lot away, but even he's human. When you hit 2 treble ones, and all he can do is leave 145. Doesn't get the treble 17 for the bull. So that means he's got 95. And a leave of double 19 if Richardson can't close out with the Van Gerwen finish. And I mean that because the 145 is what he hit to get his first PDC major. At the 2012 World Grand Prix. Can you believe that was 10 years ago? Almost. Ooh, 18 for double 10. The James Wade route for 38. And it's there for 3-3. So this is very much like that game from Game 6. The person who threw first in that Game 6, in the last leg, was the person where James Richardson is now.
$96.
Just want to take this opportunity to wish James Wade all the very best in getting back to full fitness. He has been in a German hospital yesterday after a minor health scare in Leverkusen. So we hope James is back to full fitness sometime soon. Is Richardson going to protect in this position? Maybe 15 darts is good enough, and based on the averages in this game, it should be. But if Marsh finds a 12 from somewhere, watch out. Oh, what a time. It's never usually a bad time for a maximum, but in this game,
58.
Against the darts, in his penultimate opportunity to get a maximum, that was huge from Marsh. Is he going to break Richardson's heart again? And he's backed it up with a 2 treble visit. He's going to get a look at that 84, and the 12 would be good enough. In fact, a 15 darter would be good enough now.
84.
Doesn't have to go 14 bull. Tops for the match. And he's done it again. Richardson does not want to be spending time with Marsh right now. He keeps breaking his heart. A month on from beating him 3 sets to 2 at the WDF World Championship at Lakeside. He's beaten him by 4 legs to 3 after being 3-0 down. 86.95 signifies a decent performance. The doubles were excellent from Marsh, but the way he recovered from 3-0 down, excellent, and only dodged 1 match shot. So that's 3 rounds over. We've got 2 more rounds to go, so 2 matches per player are to come. And we're going to start with Simon Stevenson against Ryan Murray in the next match. We are going to turn our attention to the bottom half of the table for this next match. The start of round number 4, with Ryan Murray taking on Simon Stevenson, and points are coming at a premium for these two. Murray could do with 2 points here just to reignite his challenge in this group, because we've got 2 players, as you can see, who are undefeated. Marsh and Dennant, and they're going to play each other next. So one of them's going to make it to 8 points minimum for today. To stay in with a shout, Stevenson may have to win his remaining 2 games today against Murray and James Richardson in match 14, and then go on to win all 5 tomorrow. 14 points to win this group is doubtful.
55.
16 is likely. 18 will get the job done.
96.
Well, we say that, but there's still a possibility that 2 players can get to 18 points. Now, in his last match, Ryan Murray looked so much better. He lost his first game, looked a bit edgy, just getting used to his surroundings.
100.
Averaged 79 and lost 4-1. Then he won a scrappy match with Richardson, averaging 77. Again, 4-1. But then he lost
96.
to Matt Dennant with an average a good 20 points better than his second game. Just another bit of proof as to how puzzling darts can be sometimes.
45.
All you can do is beat the person in front of you. What you've done previously is not a guide to what's about to happen.
145.
This is a good start from Ryan. We've seen many a good darter from Scotland in this room. Greg Ritchie, Jamie Clark, who has got himself a tour card
95.
now.
Ran your car 65.
Darren Beveridge. Nathan Girvin as well.
25.
He'll be back, Ryan Murray. Nathan Girvin actually won a development tour title at the weekend, so well done to Nathan. Single 13 or a single 5.
125. Ran your car 40.
So Ryan is there first and takes the
Showing
leg in
first
16
leg, Ryan
darts.
Murray.
So that's where he probably thinks he should be. 16 darts is just below a 94 average, and if he maintains that, he might just get the result here.
Simon to throw first. Game on. 140.
We know that Simon's not going to give up. Southwest of England has given us a great deal of joy in darts over the years. The likes of Bob Anderson from Bristol, Steve Brown, and at the minute, the flag bearer for the Southwest of England,
100.
Ryan Searle. What a player he is. What a fine individual as well. A lovely person to be around.
43.
I'm also reminded of a player from that area of the world. I do believe he's from down there. Steve Alker. What a fabulous player
100.
he is. And I met him many, many years ago. I haven't seen him in probably about 15 years.
100. Simon, you require 161.
No joy in the 161. And nobody's going to beat the biggest finish of the day, because that came in match number 2 from Scott Marsh, the 170. Ryan's proximity to that 60 has really improved in his last 2 games. But it will mean nothing in this leg if double 6 is pinned. And that's exactly the case.
Simon Stevenson.
So we start with a 16 darter from Murray. We get a 14 from Stevenson. And this match, statistically and drama-wise, promises a lot.
First. Game on.
Simon Stevenson has
100.
participated in 5 UK Opens, and it's a tournament where he's had some success. He's banked quite a few quid there. In fact, his biggest check of £12,500 came in 2019 when he made the quarterfinals. He lost out in those quarterfinals to get him in price. No shame in that.
100.
But in the last 16, he took out Dave Chisnell, 10 legs to 9. Round before that, Kim Huybrechts, 10 legs to 6.
84.
And the round before that, Raymond van Barneveld, 10 legs to 7. I commentated on that match.
120.
And he was stunning at times. It was one of the best performances, if not the performance, of his career.
100.
I think it probably sits quite highly in his own mind. And I wouldn't blame him
105.
having some sort of memento of that game. He averaged almost 97, but sometimes it's not about the average, it's about the performance, the things he did in the right moments. And this game is all about that too. Another 14 darter? It isn't, but we're seeing a pattern here now, because we've got a 14 darter in the game, a 15 and a 16. So let the pattern continue as Ryan Murray takes a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg Simon to throw first. Game on.
I think the best pattern I've seen this year so far was in a game between Josh Rock and Adrian Lewis.
99.
It was 3-3, and Josh Rock had 3 12 darters to win 6 legs to 3 with an average of 112 to Adrian's 113.
45.
As we get one of the most comical 45s you'll see, with 3 treble 5s.
100.
There's a nice rhythm about this game. They're playing at a very similar pace. I think they can feel that.
140.
You do see a lot of Scottish players either wearing purple or playing with equipment that is purple. Something I'm sure to do with the thistle,
44.
which is a Scottish emblem. I was recently up in northern Scotland once again, in the beautiful town of Turriff.
56.
Managed to run into some Scottish footballing legends as well, the likes of Willie Miller and Murdo MacLeod. Even Archie Knox, who was
81.
second in command with Alex Ferguson. And I got the opportunity to shake hands with the great Colin Hendry. Boy, my hand needed a couple of days to recover from that. That guy is very strong. Well, Ryan's trying to do what his namesake has done many times. He's trying to serve an ace here. And that one is not so much a double fault, but it is out. He gets a second serve. And if the 76 is plugged, he'll be close to 4 points in the table.
76.
He could do with winning this game by a margin as well. His leg difference is not great at -2. Double 4. And he's gone back to a familiar part of the board, because double 4 gave him success a little bit earlier. It's now given him a 2-leg cushion.
This leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Worst leg of the match there in 18 darts. Didn't feel like a bad leg. So if we want the full set of sequence in this match, we've had a 14, a 15, a 16 and an 18. Someone needs to hit a 17 here.
81.
The way that Ryan has scored at the start of this leg.
40.
I was just about to say he might be something better than 17, but he's just slowed down a touch to offer a little bit of encouragement
100.
to the Mirror Man. 5 more matches to go after this one, so we will have completed 2/3 of our action once this one is done.
134.
That's about as good a first dart as Simon can throw. As good a second.
140 ran your car.
Wasn't exactly a bad third, just ran out of space.
100.
It's a nice leave, and Stevenson can do nothing about it. Could well be a third. In fact, make that a fourth.
85 ran
Consecutive defeat today. Double 16. And it's a brilliant performance from his opponent, because Ryan Murray really was excellent on the outer ring there. 57% with a 93 average. I said in the very first leg that if he averaged just short of 94 for the match, he'd have an excellent chance of winning it. And that's exactly what he has done, with excellent scoring, better than his opponent. And for the second time today, Stevenson loses with an average in excess of 93. So Murray on 4 points, Stevenson on 0. We'll have a little look to see what's going on next with Matt Dennant and Scott Marsh. It's the two at the top dueling for undefeated after the break. Welcome back, and someone is about to remain undefeated because somebody's got to win this battle of the undefeated players so far on Tuesday. It is Matthew Dennant up against Scott Marsh. Scott has not had much of a break since that epic match with James Richardson where he came back from 3-0 down. And Matt has had a little bit of a breather since winning his third match of the day against Ryan Murray.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
But everything is hunky-dory for these two. But one of them is about to have a blip. Now, the one thing I wanted to touch on, aside from what they've done today
60
in this match, is that in the Challenge to Order of Merit right now, Scott Marsh is 10th.
78.
He's played a lot of darts this season, both in the Live League, in the Challenge Tour, the WDF system, and that in itself proves
96.
that by not getting a tour card, there's still a lot of possibilities out there for you. At 10th in that list,
140.
he'll think he's one of the best players outside of the PDC. He's over £4,000 behind the person at the very top of that list in Scott Williams, who's having a phenomenal season. And it was Scott Williams who beat Scott Marsh in a final of a Challenge Tour very recently. In fact, it was just before Lakeside. If he had have defeated Williams in that final, he'd be closer to the top of that mountain.
60. Matt, you require one.
It would be more likely for him to have got in the top two, which is where a World Championship spot beckons. But his mission today is to try and take out somebody else who has ambitions of top of the table in this group. Great first start. No shot at tops. And Dennant is in for the strike in leg one.
85. Matty require 32.
Great scoring from Matty.
Shot on the
And a
first
fine
leg.
finish
Matt
as well.
Dennant.
14 dart start. Sounds a bit familiar. We've seen that at one point today. But Matthew Dennant has got something on his mind, and that is 8 points.
Second leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
And more specifically, 2 more, because he's already banked the other 6. Boy, is he a good technician as well. You speak to many players around who know Matt Dennant and speak to analysts within the game. You look at the technique of Dennant, it's
25.
just so pretty. Dart in front of the face, back forward, a genuine acceleration on that follow through.
60.
It's just a thing of beauty. There are many players around the world who would like to dig to the center of the earth to get a throw like that.
140.
And Dennant looks the tidier of the two so far, but where have I said that before? Oh, that's right. In game 9, when Marsh was 3-0 down, but he still won.
91.
Now, I said earlier that Dennant was in the top 4 of the Challenge Tour averages. Well, he hasn't played an event for a while, but he finds himself at 105th in the order of merit. So averages sometimes do lie when it comes to level of performance.
98. Scott require one.
Another nice position after 12 for Matt. And again, Marsh is looking for a big out. Last time it was 145. This time it's 156.
60. Matt, you require 72.
Opportunity beckons for 214 darters. That idea's out the window. But a 15's not out of the question.
47.
It is now.
Scott, you require 96.
That mini snarl before that shot. It's very Scott Marsh. 72 left with only 1 dart.
72.
That is all he could do.
Matt, you require 25.
Double 8. And
Game shot
Dennant
on the
gets it.
second leg. Matt Dennant.
So, after a little bit of a scare with his opponent getting really close to him, he's able to take that shot for a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
I keep looking at the whole crop of players that we've got here in week 3 of phase 3 in 2022.
140.
And I'm wondering who's going to win this week. Could it be Andy Hamilton, potentially? Well, he's got to get through Group B first. Could it be Paul Hogan,
83.
who hasn't won a week yet? Could we have a surprise package, maybe, in the shape of Sam Kankert?
60.
Or will it be a Richardson of the Josh or James variety? Pick the bones out of it, like I do. And there's no clear favourite.
97.
Marsh has got to get a move on. And as the day goes
81.
on, it feels like he's having to work harder for every dart. Whereas someone like Dennant
59.
seems to work in a more effortless manner. Averages are pretty even, considering what the scoreline is. In fact, the person who has 0 legs has got the better average.
60.
But for me, the most telling statistic in this match so far is that 5 shots at double have been registered by Matt Dennant. None
57.
have been looked at by Scott Marsh. You can't win darts matches if you don't get a shot at double. He's not going to look at tops on the 160, but
100.
he will get a shot at double finally in leg 3.
$97. Scott, you require 60.
Doesn't want to go 3-0 down again. Anywhere in the big 20 is good here. Lovely dart.
40.
And he gives Dennant a
Matt, you
freebie.
require 108.
That 57's covered. That's the
88.
danger on that shot.
Scott, you require 20.
He's just hit bullet leave double 10. That was somewhat confident. And that's right in the
Game
corner.
shot on the third leg. Scott
And remember
Marsh.
what I said about double 10 a little bit earlier? About trying to hit it in the top third? He just ignored all my advice and got it in the bottom right corner. Perilously close to
Fourth
double
leg, Matt to
15.
throw first. Game on.
Now,
96.
there is a danger in this scenario, and I'm going back to my live league playing in 2020 during lockdown, where I was involved in many a game like this, where you think it's not the end of the world if you lose,
96.
because you still have 6 points and another match to go. But you don't want to be the person who gives away your unbeaten record to the other person who was undefeated.
52.
There is a certain type of pressure on a match like this. You will grow in confidence if you win, and you will dent the armory of the person that you defeat.
$100.
I have no idea how he hit that 60. And if we'd have seen that from a couple of different angles, you'll get what I'm talking about.
140.
It's easy for Matt Dennant to understack the way his darts fly, but for Scott Marsh to find that ton for that last dart, I haven't got any words.
98.
Good thinking on the 18s first, but it just comes up short of a finish. He changed his mind at the last second there. And it's left him on a horrible number.
81.
Oh, you got away with that one, didn't you, Scott? Single 20 there would have left you on 166 as well. That was either really confident on the 60 or foolish.
60. Scott, your car 126.
And that dart at the 60 that Marsh planted with his 12th dart of the leg may change this match. Correctly goes 19s. And he finds a shot at bull, which he's already hit today.
95.
But his third dart is magnetised to the 19s as well. This is a big shot. Double 16.
90.
You almost bust it.
31.
If he'd hit the 51, it would have been visit over. Chance for 3-1. Gone. Chance for 2-2. Taken.
Shot on the fourth leg, Scott Marsh.
And as they say in Wayne's World, it's the old Garth Elgore and Wayne Campbellism. Game on.
Fifth leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Can't help myself sometimes. Being such a movie nerd. Nobody's made a darts movie yet.
60.
I wonder why. There's plenty of stories they could have a go at. Imagine a darts movie about Rob Cross's World Championship winning year. Or about somebody's career.
96.
Who would you want a darts movie to be based on? Would you want it to be fictional? Or would you want it to be based on truth?
One 140.
All of a sudden, that snarl is back for Marsh, who probably thinks he should be 3-1 down. But now that he is level,
85.
he fancies it. Marsh average 88. Dennant 87. It's all tight there. One maximum apiece. Doubles aren't too dissimilar as
80.
well. Earlier on in the match, Marsh had no shots at double, and Dennant had 5. Since then, Dennant's only had one more shot, and Marsh has had his 5. So the tides are turning in more ways than one. Oh, that has not worked out. Dennant's played well in this fifth leg. And he's just been given a little bit of luck as well. Just go high or very low.
140.
Great single. The last thing you want to do in that spot is do a Dirk, where you bust the 180.
99.
Okay, they're both poised,
40.
but this is for a huge breakthrough on this match. How has that not gone in?
20. Scott, you're
He'll be wondering
100.
how darts 1 and 2 missed. First one bent the wire, second one got even closer. 80 left, and he didn't go double-double.
60. Matt, you require 20.
Tens have been good for Scott Marsh. Can they be equally fruitful for Dennant?
Game show.
There's your answer, confirmed by our referee Paul Hinks. It's 3-2. So after a period of time where Marsh was getting back into the match, it's Dennant who's back in charge.
Game on.
The averages have flip-flopped the whole game. But if Dennant does get one of the next 2 legs,
100.
he's the chief. He will not be caught going into round 5 of today's matches. And regardless of what happens in his last match with Ciaran Teehan, he will definitely be within a shout of winning this group tomorrow. He would love to go away from today with 10 points.
140.
And bearing in mind what I'd said, a little bit earlier on this morning about his morning, it would be quite the achievement considering he left his house at about 3:30 a.m.
140.
Some players don't mind
59.
getting out of bed at that early hour to go and play darts. There will be others who will get here the night before because they want to get a full night's sleep. You have to do what's right for you.
22.
Some of these guys have got jobs. Matt was working yesterday. This is his job this week.
51.
That has not worked out, but it could be worse. It could be a lot worse if Marsh finds a maximum here. There have been 2 in the match, 1 per player. Needs another.
111.
That'll do.
Might your car 151.
That was really good thinking, actually. Had a crack at a 145 a little bit earlier in the match and didn't get there.
25. Scott Ricard 145.
And for some reason, the last 6 darts of Matt Dennant are forgettable. Right now, he wants to forget them. He's hoping Marsh has a very similar visit.
43.
And it proves to be the case.
126.
419s in bull for 8 points in the table. That'll do. As will that for double 6.
114. Scott Urquhart 102.
That had a chance until the very end when it just deviated to the right by half a centimetre. The snarl, the belief, the effort, which isn't enough this time. He has dodged match darts
54.
in other matches.
Matt Urquhart 12.
He has to dodge another 3 here. Marsh thinks it's over, and he was right. It's 4-2 to Matt Dennant in this one. A very, very familiar result for Matt Dennant today. 85.67, 1-180 each. Good doubling, but ultimately Matt Dennant won the vital battles in that game. He was 2-0 up, and he ended up being level, but then he won the next 2. So a really good game for him to get to 8 points. Marsh, for now, has to settle for 6. The next game we're going to have is Ciaran Teehan up against James Richardson. Teehan's got points. Richardson hasn't. So on his mind is just get on the board. Final match of round number 4, and it is going to see James Richardson back at the Oche once again to try and get off the mark. But Ciaran Teehan has impressed at times today with some very good finishing and some good scoring. So can he inflict more pain on Ruthless? Anything but pain in the room right there. Lots of smiles, and I think that's the biggest smile I've ever seen from Teehan. May have something to do with the fact that he's won a couple of games today, and if he finds a third, he will join Scott Marsh on 6 points. But for Richardson, it just hasn't clicked today. Nothing seems to be working the way he would like.
But
there's always tomorrow. And there's always 2 more matches for today. And he will play twice in the next 3 games. So if he can find a little hot streak here, he can find his way to the points tally that Teehan already has. I've done a bit of digging into the Live League history and to their careers.
45.
They've never met. There's always that lingering doubt of whether they've met in a local tournament that hasn't got any records on it. But I think it's pretty unlikely that these two have ever met. They swim in very different circles.
60.
Ciaran from Southwest Ireland and James from the East Midlands.
41.
Now, if Ciaran was from Kettering, where Ricky Evans is from, I'd find it very implausible that he'd never met James, but this is what the Live League gives you. We try and get as many international players as we can at the minute. We are now allowed to do so because of COVID restrictions being relaxed in a lot of countries.
100.
It was particularly exciting at the back end of 2021 when we got the likes of Brian Roman and Jose Justicia, who went on to get tour cards. Matt Campbell, of course, went on to make a Players' Championship final very recently, losing out to Nathan Aspinall. There will be more talents to come, I assure you.
40.
That's okay for Ciaran.
$95. Ciaran, you require 40.
And that's not good enough for James, unfortunately. 2 visits for tops. And he takes it out because his finishing at times today has been really impressive. And I just get the feeling that Ciaran Teehan is ready to be confident again.
Something like James to throw first. Game on.
What I mean by that is he's ready and feeling good enough.
133.
Now, it's really interesting to me that James started on the 19s there. He's obviously having a bit of a tiff with the 60.
137.
So he's gone for the cousin down south. And I could easily sit here and say there's more than one way to skin a cat, but I don't want any cat skin, so I'll say there's more than one way to win a leg of 501.
134.
In fact, that 57's getting a battering in this leg, isn't it? Keeping Paul Hinks on his toes, that's for sure.
79.
I remember when in local darts years ago, if you got someone who started on 19s, you would curse. Say, why did I have to mark this game? It'd always be some old fella who would play darts in a jacket. And he would have the worst action you've ever seen with big feather flights in, and he'd go 19s first.
Ciaran, you require 96.
But he would end up beating you. Or one of your teammates. Because they played in an old school fashion. Double 8. And that's a 12 darter. This guy is shining in the first 2 legs of this encounter. And he wants to go into his final match of the day against Matt Dennant with a chance of getting 8 points.
Game on.
His leg difference is fine at the minute at +4. If he was to get to 6 points in this match with a heavy, heavy victory and beat Matthew Dennant in his last game, and Scott Marsh was to lose to Ryan Murray,
60.
Teehan would top the table going into tomorrow. And he would have done so under the radar.
140.
He's not missing the 60 much at all. And indeed the treble 19 from the previous leg.
60.
And James is just left standing, wondering how he's not hitting what he's going for. When you're on 204, there's only one thing on your mind. Maximum to leave 12s. That's what goes through a dart player's mind. He's still thinking it. And still. And gets it.
180.
What are we witnessing here from Teehan? He continues in this vein.
140.
I hate saying this out loud because he hasn't done it yet, but it could be a personal best. Double six. Great performance so far, and he's thrown 42 darts in this match so far for an average of 107.36, as you can see, well above his opponent. He's one leg away potentially from a personal best. His current PB, which he set this year in this room, was 100.2, which is even 15 darters. But James has already lost from 3-0 up today. Can he turn the tide and win from 3-0 down?
135.
He really wanted that. He's hit a 9-darter in this room before. He wanted to do it again. You can see how much he wanted it in the background there.
100.
Oh, my good friend Niall Cullerton has been in touch on social media.
100.
Sending me a definition of the phrase cheesed off.
140. James require 8.
The only person who feels cheesed off in this game is James. That's
46.
fine when your opponent is on 2-1-4. Apparently, cheesed off means bored or disgruntled or disgusted. And it was
84.
RAF
James
slang,
require
apparently, the
40.
Royal Air Force. And James is airborne, so he does get his first leg of the contest, and he makes sure that we still don't have a game that goes 4-0, which is very good for your entertainment purposes.
Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we've had some 4-1s today. In fact, we've had 4 of them.
131.
First win of the day for Ciaran against Ryan Murray was a 4-1.
95.
And with a start on a 1-3-1, he's still the favourite to win it 4 legs to 1. That's a great backup shot as well. 2 treble visits haven't been a problem in this match.
140.
They've been a problem for James. That's only his second. As we keep you up to date with that high average from Ciaran. Best of the day so far has come from Scott Marsh, 101.83 in match 2. We have not had a ton plus average since then. I get the feeling that's going to change in the next minute or so.
140.
James is trying to make it a bit more of the or so. So he's going to get a look at 126 to keep this one going. I wouldn't be shocked to see him hit this to turn this game into a proper game.
Ciaran require 92.
So it is 92 for a 5-visit leg and a personal best. It'll be very close in the end. Another.
56.
And he misses out.
James requires 68.
I think it would have been a personal best there had he hit that. But he maybe denied the leg.
36. Ciaran,
Well, he knows where double
36.
18 is. For 6 points in the table, and for a leg difference of +7, the same as Matt Dennant. Double 9.
18.
And he's now missed 4 match
James requires
darts.
32.
Things are changing.
Game
And they
shown
have
the fifth leg.
changed
James
on the last
Richardson.
dart. You can see the relief potentially on the face of James Richardson there. I'm not even sure he thought it was going to go in when he threw it, but it did,
Sixth
and
leg,
it's
James
3-2.
to throw first. Game on.
I was talking about Irish darts a little bit earlier with the World Masters win for John O'Shea and the wins for Keane Barry and Katie Sheldon. Well, Keane's kicked on,
96.
making the semi-finals of the UK Open this year. Steve Lennon is still playing well. Katie Sheldon is
83.
kicking on. She's made a final in the women's series this year. Great young player, great potential. I just love what's coming out of Ireland right now, dart-wise. It's very exciting.
58.
A lot of great work has been done in academies over there and by some of the mentors on the Emerald Isle. And if you look a little bit further north
94.
as well, into Northern Ireland, things are just as good, if not better, with the likes of Josh Rock, Daryl Gurney, Brendan Dolan. Need I go on?
60.
There's more. There's Mickey Mansell. There's Nathan Rafferty.
100.
Ciaran's got to get a hold of this, otherwise he's in trouble. This is better.
125.
That last start was
James
just a
Lavelle,
bit too
142.
quick. That's worked out pretty well. And so has that.
122.
This could be the third game of the day where someone's gone 3-0 up
120. James
and is
requires
then
20.
into a leg 7. Double 5. And it's
James
happened
shot on the
again.
sixth leg, James
So
Richardson.
Teehan was on the cusp of a personal best average and a 4-0 win. But there you go. Games change. It's 3-3 and it's a one-leg shootout.
Seventh and final leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Teehan was involved in one of those matches earlier. He was 3-0 down to Scott Marsh and ended up
92.
losing it by 4 legs to 3 after missing a match start himself. Then, of course, it was Richardson against Marsh.
180.
And now Richardson's going for the throat. $100. Just goes to show averages don't win matches. It's what you do now
100.
that counts. And Richardson is finding a little bit of extra speed in that step when he walks back to the edge of the exclusion zone.
81.
And the fact that Ciaran is starting to miss tells me that Richardson is now favoured for the match.
60.
He can't believe he's only scored 60 there. He's thrown all 3 of those thinking they're hitting.
$85. James requires
That's not bad.
161.
But you sense it's still Richardson who has the best chance of winning this match. Oh, what a
87.
bullseye to pull out.
143.
A great last start. So he is getting a look at the 74 to turn the tables on what happened in his last match. and to also get his
97,
first
James
2
Newcastle,
points
74.
of the entire day. Double 16. Oh, that's
42.
cruel, that
Ciaran
deflection.
Teehan,
It went the
46.
wrong side. And he could find himself at the basement of the table. Look at James in the background. He can't believe it. After all of the work he's done, he could still lose. And he has lost.
Ciaran Teehan.
What a cruel game this can be. But what an entertaining game that really was. And James Richardson has been on both sides of the coin when it comes to being either 3-0 up or 3-0 down. He's lost both times. Ciaran Teehan with a 95.68 average. It could have been so much better than that. But in the end, he's just glad he walked away with the points. We've got one more round to go of matches for every single player. And we're going to finish Scott Marsh's campaign for Tuesday up against Ryan Murray. And that's coming up shortly after this. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League on Sporty Stuff TV, and thank you for your company over the last few hours. We have 3 more matches for you in Tuesday's Group A action, and we're going to start with Scott Marsh up against Ryan Murray to see where these guys are going into Tuesday's, well, into Wednesday, not Tuesday. I keep thinking it's Monday, you know. It must be me. It's Tuesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. And that will see the climax of Group A from 9:30 AM British time. But as for Ryan Murray, if he can walk away with 6 points today, he will be really pleased. Because he had a very bad start to his campaign.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
But if Scott Marsh, on the other side of things, walks away with 6, he'll be livid. He's lost his undefeated record to Matthew Dennant.
60.
That was a good game. Not the best game we've seen today, but still a good game. What have these guys got left in the tank? And if you think that playing 5 games of best of 7 is easy, I beg to differ. These guys got here at around 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning
45.
to put in a good solid hour of practice before they began. Maybe a little bit longer. By the end of these sessions,
100.
these guys are tired. So they'll go back to their accommodation after this, rest up, and give it some tomorrow yet again. But you need to be in striking distance
140.
to have a chance. And that's where Simon Stevenson and James Richardson aren't. They're on 0 points. One of them will finish on 2 points because they're playing each other next. But the other 4 have got a genuine chance of winning this group.
100.
And if you think Matt Dennant is feeling very comfortable undefeated at the top, think again.
95. Scott Ricard 156.
He's given us the biggest finish of the day. It came in his first match, in his best performance. It was faultless
100.
from Marsh in game number 2. Average over 101, 170 finish in there, 100% on doubles. I did say at the time, it's all downhill from there.
96.
And stats-wise,
Scott Ricard
that has been the
56.
case. Nothing has come close since. That was a miss. That's also a miss.
16.
How does Ryan Murray respond to that? Might go treble 16 here. And maybe he should have. With that big 28-gram dart in the way.
40.
Double top eventually.
20.
And no joy for
Ryan
Scott
Murray
Marsh, who
16.
can't take 56 in 6 darts. And Murray can take 16 in 2, so he takes an early, unexpected lead. He was standing in the background thinking, I'm going to be 1-0 down. It's quite the contrary.
Like Ryan to throw first. Game on.
When you start your day with 2 averages in the 70s, you think
60.
the worst. You think, maybe I'm going to walk away with 2 points today, possibly 4. If it's 6, and I have an excellent day tomorrow, with the experience of this room
22.
in my mind and in my arm, 16 points tomorrow is not out of the question. Ryan today has played nowhere close
40.
to how he can. I've seen him average 95 in his sleep. And I expect a higher level of performance from him tomorrow because he'll know exactly what to expect. Nothing prepares you for this room.
60.
Just imagine if this room was like an escape room. You can't get out unless you win.
81.
We'll just keep giving you opponents until you win a match. That would be quite an interesting concept. Escape room darts. Loser stays on.
59.
One of the best practice routines that you saw from local venues over the last few decades is winner stays on.
36.
There are many different formats of this game. But we're playing very traditional here. 501 straight start. Bull to counters double. There are many different games around Europe and the world. Things like cricket.
100.
Master out, where you can finish on trebles. That kind of thing. This is the traditional game that everybody knows.
140.
It's a bit like poker in a sense. Takes a minute to learn and a lifetime to master.
100. Brand new require 100.
Advantage Murray. Where have we heard that before?
$58.
Twice at the Olympics. That's where you've heard it. And Wimbledon as well. And quite a few Australian Open finals. Surely he's getting the 60 this time.
60.
How has he found that gap with those darts? Unbelievable. With that heavy tungsten. Great shot from Murray. And double 16 comes calling as well. So he gets the consolidation leg after the break of throw. And he is taking advantage of a maybe tiring Scott Marsh.
To throw first. Game on.
One thing I know about this guy is that he never gives up.
100.
And there's the proof. That action
100.
of Muzz Lightyear, as it says on the back of his shirt, has improved more and more as the day has gone on. It's looked more rigid
57.
and smooth at the same time, if that makes sense. Because when he does that little prod there, the action looks more robotic than it did a little bit earlier
43.
on. But the follow-through seems more smooth than it was around game 1 or game 2. Hence, why he is playing a little bit better. I say a little bit. His average in this game is not good. But the leg count tells you a different story. He's a dart player who favours an earring with a little bit of a twinkle. Not a foreign concept for a Scottish dart player. Robert Thornton was always a fan of the glittering studs in the ears, the world seniors champion.
81.
Maybe not as rascal as the hoop earring from Gary Anderson in his lakeside photo, which is a real beauty.
99. Scott Ricard 142.
So Murray's going to have the chance of 3-0 on a score that many dart players know a lot about in the scoring phase. It's a very different kettle of fish when trying to finish it. 54 Tops has got a lot of fans at the minute.
94. Scott Ricard 42.
Okay, Scott. Over to you. That wasn't part of the plan. But this time, the miss leaves a double. Double 19. Bump it in.
23.
Just gave it too much air.
40.
So Murray for 3-0. Oh, he went the wrong side of the dart. I think he was throwing that from the left side of the oche. Trying to skirt it in from the left side of the barrel and just missed the target. A good single this time. Great guide. And a super shot.
The third leg. Scott Marsh.
So he's using up a few lives as far as Tuesday is concerned, but he's still kicking in this one at 1-2 down.
4-5 grind to throw first. Game on. $100.
These guys really have given that treble 20 a battering today. And all of a sudden, we're getting a little bit of mouth action from Scott Marsh saying, come on. He doesn't want to leave this arena without 8 points.
70.
Based on some of the things he's done today, that would be a very fair amount.
$100.
Very much like a lot of the players he has faced today. He's never played them before, Ryan Murray. He's the only person on debut today.
41.
He's running into some new challenges. When you're playing the same person over and over and over again, sometimes you can become demotivated. I heard the other day
60.
Johnny Clayton saying about Michael Van Gerwen, I'm sick of playing him. It was said in somewhat jest. But you want to play new paces, new
95.
challenges, people with
161.
different ideas. That's what today has been for Ryan Murray. Bit of an education as to how these guys play it.
$43.
That's an invitation. Oh, there goes the 5.
85. Scott Ricard.
What started as a good visit turned out to be a poor one in the end. Many ways you can get the 118. Traditional is 60 for double 19. That one isn't in.
42.
So Murray, who
110.
could only leave 110, does he stay there? He had 195 and 6 darts. At this level, you must be taking that if you want to have the leg in the bank. Double top. And it's 2-2. How many times today is Scott Marsh going to be embroiled in a game that we just can't predict? So over to those guys. Best of 3.
Flag Scott to throw first. Game on.
When he played against Simon Stevenson, it was predictable. After that, everything has been wild.
43.
The 4-3 against Teehan in match 6. Crazy game. He was 3-0 up. Ended up missing 3 match darts
60.
for 4-0. And he won it by the skin of his teeth. Same can be said against James Richardson, who he was 3-0 down against. And still managed to get the 2 points. He had a good fight back against Matt Dennant. He was 2-0 down. Brought it back to 2-2, but then Matt found
96.
another gear. Is that going to be the case in this game? Or are we going to go to the end once again? Or there's another possibility. Scott Marsh keeps things going and he wins 4-2.
81.
You can just never count Scott Marsh out. It's as simple as that. I've watched him for a good 2.5 years. I've played against him in 2020 in the live league.
140.
He was a nightmare to beat. It was really difficult.
$100.
You would tentatively say it's advantage Murray.
$60.
And with only 60, that tentatively was right. 137 is the magic number here. He might find it. He's got to go south. He was caught in 140 land there.
99. Ran you require 145.
This would be huge. Double 14.
131.
I've seen some big outs today, but I don't think anything would have been as impressive as that. considering the stakes right now. Double 12. And
Game
Marsh
shot on
is
the
ahead
first leg. Score
thanks to
Marsh.
that double 6. Just finds a way. If I'm ever lost, I'm going to call Scott Marsh to tell me how to get home because he always finds a way.
Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I just wonder how Murray's going to feel if he walks away from today with only 4 points. I think mixed emotions is fair to say. But it's not over yet.
100.
He's already won 2 legs in a row once in this match. Why not again?
80.
But there's been too many darts like that today, just dragging them to the left. The weight of the dart over the last 2 matches for Ryan have been very good. But the line sometimes has suffered.
100.
That's the line he wants. There you can see that dart's on the same line
57.
again. But when he goes underneath that 60, he's forced to switch because you've got 28 gram tungsten barrels there. Long stem. It's a lot to get past.
42.
It's all getting a bit edgy. And the averages in this game reflect maybe a tiny bit of tiredness. A lot of concentration spent
57.
today. Both in the mid-70s. One more burst. That's what I'd be saying to myself right now. One more effort.
139.
That last dart came up short. He saw that right shoulder engaged. 120 to finish match 13 and to finish his day with 8 points. That is brilliant from Marsh. A really good day for him. He finishes on 8 and he's guaranteed to be part of the discussion as to who wins Group A tomorrow. Let's have a look at how his stats stack up. 78 is good enough. He won't care about that. The doubles were fine. That high check out of 120 is what won him the points. And at 2-0 down, he won the next 4. So congratulations, Scott. A very good day for you. We'll see more of Ryan Murray as well tomorrow as he starts tomorrow on 4 points. As far as these 2 players coming up, neither have won a game today, but that's about to change. In match 14, it's Richardson against Stevenson. It's after this. and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League with our penultimate match just about to begin. It is maybe playing for pride already with match 5 for these guys, because in every likelihood they're not going to win this group. It's going to be James Richardson against Simon Stevenson in match 14. You can see them both at the foot of the table with heavy losses in the leg difference, and with Matt Dennant having one match to go and already on 8. Scott Marsh finishing on 8 points. You fancy that these two are playing just for pride here, and will have to play for position in the table tomorrow. The likelihood of seeing Simon and James on Thursday and Friday is close to 100%.
First leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Someone's got to walk away with 2 points though.
140.
So no one is going to be pointless. I once went to a darts manufacturer's launch party around 2012.
140.
And there was a question about darts on the quiz show Pointless, if you know it. And somebody made a bit of a joke about
43.
Our collective friend Kevin Painter, because apparently he was a pointless answer. I think the question was players that had played in Premier League darts.
43.
Kevin Painter was a pointless answer, and somebody said he was pointless. I thought, that's a brave thing to say when he's sitting in the room.
125.
But unfortunately, one of these guys will be without points when they go into Wednesday's action.
60.
As they say it in the Eurovision Song Contest, sans point.
140.
Darts is getting a little bit French lately, isn't it? Because of Senor, or should we say Monsieur Tricol, who graced his presence in the live league at the back end of last year, and it was great to have him. Tops. And Richardson gets a really good, somewhat uncharacteristic start in 14 darts here. Is he about to say, you know what, I'm not going home without points?
To throw first. Game on.
Not that he's going home, he's sticking around for tomorrow.
$45.
Just a reminder of who you will see at the end of the week. The bottom 3 places in Group A will graduate to Thursday and Friday morning from 9:30 AM live on Sporty Stuff TV. And Group C will include Josh Richardson,
58.
Ryan Finesse and Sam Kankett. Positions 2 and 3 will not get the day off on Thursday and Friday. They will go to the evening session, which would start at 10 PM on Thursday.
100.
Andy Hamilton, Daryl Pilgrim and Paul Hogan await the people who just miss out on the top spot in Group A.
140.
And Richardson starting to up the pace here. You don't necessarily associate
140.
fast-paced games with Simon Stevenson, but he is by no means a slouch when it comes to the pace of a game. But Richardson's one of the fastest out there.
135. Simon Newcastle, 158.
Keeping the referee on his toes, that's for sure.
44. James Iroquois, 70.
For 2-0. And a very good start. Ooh, double 16.
54. Simon Iroquois, 114.
I did not expect that. Maybe a change of tactic from James, as things haven't gone his way today. He would always go treble 10.
58. James Iroquois, 16.
Or indeed go for the treble 18, then the 12 in the tops. Oh, it's a good use of the marker. Right off the back of that dart for a 2-0 lead. It wasn't going in if it wasn't for that shot. So it was a lovely bumper.
Third leg James to throw first. Game on.
For James's day, he has lost
100.
to Matt Dennant, 4 legs to 2. Lost to Ryan Murray, 4 legs to 1. That heartbreaking defeat against Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 3. And then similarly against Ciaran Teehan, 4 legs to 3. It's not that he hasn't tried. He's been knocking on the door all day, but just hasn't come up with the points.
100.
Some of the averages in there for Richardson don't make for the prettiest reading. We judge him by very high standards.
60.
In fact, his biggest average of the day has been 88
134.
in defeat to Teehan in match 12. You sense that maybe that's about to change, because he's averaging almost 98 this time.
60. James Ricard 167. $91.
That's a good switch as well to leave 76. It's looking increasingly likely that it's Stevenson who will walk away with 0 points today.
60. James Ricard 76.
16. Leaves tops. And it's 3-0. This is a great performance from James Richardson. The doubles are good. The average is good. The mojo is good.
Fourth leg Simon to throw first. Game on.
And it could potentially be the first 4-0 of the day. Stevenson averaging 82.
100.
Not one shot at a double yet because of the brilliance of Richardson. As for Simon's day, it
78.
started quite brightly. I know he lost to Marsh in that second match of the day, but he did so with a 93 average. He was hit really hard.
100.
When you look at his stats from that game, 93.49 and 50% on doubles.
121.
That is a match-winning formula when it comes to the Online Darts Live League, but not in that game. Then his averages did tumble a little
60.
bit. 80 against Matt Dennant in a 4-3 loss. 84 against Teehan in a 4-2 loss. And then
28.
when he lost to Ryan Murray, he had the better average of the two of 94.61, which is best average of the day.
140.
Richardson's looking to max it. And does.
108.
And that's the first one of the game.
101.
To stop the 4-0, he needs tops.
61.
That might be it.
94.
Richardson wants it finished. Oh, traditional.
54. Simon
Didn't
Uruguay,
use
40.
two double 19s or double 18 tops. 2 10s. And a
Game
very
shown the fourth
fine
leg.
hit
Simon
for Simon
Stevenson.
Stevenson, who finds a 17 dart leg to stop himself being the only person getting bagel today. We do have one more match after this, of course, which will be
Fifth
the
leg
final
James
match
to
of the
throw
day.
first. Game on. 100.
So many players now who favour the moulded flights, and even pieces of equipment where the stem and the flight are one piece.
100.
The development of equipment over the last few years has been mind-boggling for me. It's not just the stem and flight technology which has come on leaps and bounds over the last
100.
5 or 6 years, but barrel design now is getting very close, in my
137.
opinion, to custom fitting in golf. No longer do you see players just settling for a piece of
91.
equipment that might work. There is enough tungsten out there for them to find or have made something that is exactly what they need.
100.
Michael Van Gerwen has been teaching us very lately about the importance of hand filing on his darts. Sometimes the machines can't get it right, so you get... It's almost like gunsmithing on a dart. You have to hand file certain grooves. The precision of some of the stuff that's being made now is quite incredible.
60. James McCall,
This would be some way to finish the match. 2 double 18s, he's not going to do it. Well, he didn't go double-double in leg 4, but does so in leg 5.
93. Simon McCall, 104.
That I don't really understand, but it didn't work out. And neither does that 104 for Simon.
88.
So it's only the one
James
double
McCall,
18
56.
that James needs for a 4-1 victory. Two darts for the match
No
missed.
score.
And
Simon
he may have to
McCall,
go all the way
16.
back to the start. If Simon's got anything to do with it.
Game shot on the
And
And
fifth
that's
leg.
exactly what he
Ciaran
does.
Stevenson.
Are we in for another match like so many others we've seen today where somebody's 3-0 up, cruising, but not winning?
6 leg Simon to throw first. Game on.
Now, if this was happening and George Noble was our referee,
100.
I'd say it's just a normal day. But some of these games have been really peculiar.
96.
Just want to send some congratulations out to Chaz Barstow for winning on Saturday night. Great display from Chaz. He hasn't
125.
as explosive a year in 2022 as 2021, but Chaz really was good at the weekend.
140.
And we're going to see him in Champions Week alongside Stephen Burton, who won week 1. Stephen, a very, very dangerous player.
80.
Jim McEwen, Graham Usher, and the 2 Scots, Williams and Walters. They've all booked their ticket to Champions Week.
61.
Already that Champions Week looks really stacked. And we've got another 6 players
100.
to find. 3 from this week, 3 from next week, and then Champions Week at the end of the month.
180.
Oh, to leave
Simon
double
McCall,
12
96.
for the match, but he could be denied. Double 8. And I
Game
couldn't
shot on
say
the
that
sixth
without
leg.
laughing,
Simon Stevenson.
because the amount of times that we've seen somebody claw their way back into a match today is quite astounding. We're going to the last leg shootout, not for the
Coming to
first time
final leg,
today,
James to
for
throw
James
first,
Richardson. Yeah, 2 shots for the match.
82.
1 at 18s, 1 at 9s in the same visit. And if he walks away with no points after being 3-0 up in this match,
180.
I suggest you just let him go for a walk. But he's not going to give up that easily.
180.
That is an amazing 180 in reply to Simon's. I love to see that. All of a sudden,
100.
these guys are playing properly. Richardson averaging 95. And getting better.
135.
He will get a look at the 104. And boy, is he grateful that he's got the darts in this match. Got to go bull.
55.
Had to go
James
25 there.
104.
Third match dart.
88.
And it's another miss. And look at this, 166. It's not what you want to see
84. James
in the last
McCall,
leg
60.
decider, being stuck on a bogey number. James is very grateful.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
takes
match.
him
James Richardson.
all day long to get his first 2 points of the day. It was a valiant battle from Simon Stevenson, but he just ran out of fuel, right at the end. A 96 average for James just gives him a little bit of confidence going into tomorrow. It's going to be very unlikely for him to win the group, of course, from that position. But tomorrow he can use as practice to get really hot for Thursday and for Friday. More from Stevenson tomorrow as well. We've got one more match to go, and it's to see if Matt Dennant can have the perfect 10 points today. That comes up after this short break. Hello and welcome back for the final match of Group A on Tuesday, here live on Sporty Stuff TV at the Online Darts Live League. And it is a great game we have for you because Ciaran Teehan is about to have one last chance to top the table for the day against the undefeated Matt Dennant. We've been talking about Matt all day. He hasn't lost. He's in this position now for a perfect 10 points, but the beauty of this format lends itself to somebody going under the radar all day. And look at number 3 on that table. He's been floating under the radar for a good 3 hours. And if he wins this game by 4 legs to 2, he's going to be top of the table going into Wednesday's play. This is one of the best days that Ciaran Teehan's had in this room. So, over to you, lads.
Looks like it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
They've only played each other once before in a Challenge Tour event in 2019. And it was won by Matt Dennant by 5 legs to 2.
140.
That was a last 64 match. This is not a knockout game.
57.
But by the time they play each other tomorrow, they will have realised just what they need to do
96.
to get some separation. Think about this. If Matt wins, he's got a 4-point buffer over Ciaran. Ciaran
34.
wins. More specifically, if he wins by 4 legs to 3, he will be not only level on points with Matt, he'll be level on leg difference as well.
95.
And only one person can win this group. Only one person tomorrow gets an invitation to Saturday night. I smell a very tight Wednesday
60.
coming up.
Matt, your car 170.
We'll keep on top of the numbers. We'll keep you right. This is a good start, though.
134.
I'll rephrase. It's a brilliant start from Dennant.
58. Matt, your car 36.
What he would do to have the first 4-0 of the day.
Getting shot on the first
Well, there's the
leg.
first
Matt
brick in the wall. 13 darter from Matt Dennant, and he's looked really positive ever since he took to the hockey at around 9:30 this morning.
Second leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
He started with a win over James Richardson in what looked like a really good match. Dennant dominated it.
121.
After that, he's scrapped a bit, beating Stevenson by 4 legs to 3, beating Ryan Murray by 4 legs to 2, and was one of the best matches of the day.
134.
And he's had a bit of a break since he had a scrap with Scott Marsh in match 11. But now that he's had that little breather, he's come back and he's scoring incredibly. Oh,
60.
it's not only 60 on the floor, he might have smashed his own stem.
Ciaran's last score 60.
That was a particularly violent collision. It does happen now and again in ballistics. If you're throwing something at something, there's bound to be some action. It is a non-contact sport,
96.
but not if you're the tungsten.
$85.
Turns out to be a good visit in the end to keep in touch in leg 2.
$45.
If Teehan does have a fault with his technique, is that he does tend to lose his body position on dart number 3. He tends to go on the walk and opens up his body position.
34.
It's something that would need addressing if I was giving him a little bit of advice. I always wonder about Irish dart players,
44.
whether they're good at something else. Ciaran wouldn't look out of place on a hurling field. Or maybe in his part of the world it's Gaelic football. He'd be a good ruckman. Dennant will have a look at 2-0. But we know today that that's no guarantee of success. Well, he's definitely changed his mind on the old tops thing.
Shot on the second leg.
And whatever happens, it's going his way, isn't it? He misses the single 18 for double 18. He still then goes for the single 18 to leave double 16, and it worked.
Third leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
Predominantly, the last time I commentated on Matt Dennant in the live league, he was leaving tops all the time. He's obviously had a change of plan.
60.
And judging by his results today, it works.
$97.
I would switch if I were you, Matt.
177.
Great plan, great execution. That second dart was holding on for dear life. That's for his best performance of the day.
59.
He had a 95.04 against Ryan Murray. That was a really good display. The rest of the stuff's been quite steady.
140.
Ciaran's win against James Richardson with a 95.68. That was his best, but that could have been so much better.
43.
He was 3-0 up, averaging 104. Speaking of being 3-0 up, Matt Dennant's 3-0 up. And funnily enough, he's averaging 104. It's almost like he heard me.
Fourth leg Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Is he sending a message to the rest of the group? There's only 41 between them in the averages.
91.
I'm not over-embellishing that, by the way. It was 63 for Teehan and 104 for Dennant. You don't see that very often.
96.
We know that Dennant can have a massive level. He's got a personal best average, I believe, of around 115. Not in the live league.
83.
But in a challenge tour event, I believe he registered a 115. Now, you don't do that if you haven't got bagfuls of talent.
85.
I know that he's very popular in the West Midlands. And everybody likes to watch him and see how he gets on. They're going to be very proud of him today.
131.
Well, if he wants the bagel, he's going to have to fill it up. And he obliges with his first maximum of the match. Just when Teehan thinks he's got rid of him, he pops up again. Like an unwanted troll.
85. Matthew Ricard, 140.
To finish the match. Got to be a really precise single.
100.
And it's a really good shot.
111.
So he's on for a massive average. But only if this is missed. Which it has been.
79. Matthew Ricard, 40.
For a personal best at the Online Darts Live League.
But
it isn't.
32.
Where have we seen this before today? Double 16 still.
No score.
He doesn't find the mark.
20.
Double 10 for Dennant. And he gets the win by 4 legs to nil. The only 4-0 all day long. And he finished 1 dart short of equaling his personal best. So he's missed out on that, but he has got the perfect 10 points for the day. A perfect Tuesday for Matt, and he will go into Wednesday as the firm favourite to win Group A in Week 3 of Phase 3. Teehan ran out of steam, obviously. He's got a chance tomorrow, but he's going to have to do, in my opinion, what Matt has done today. Thank you for your company on Tuesday. It's been a real pleasure for me to bring you this on my birthday. I've really enjoyed it. Dennant, you see, 10 points, 8 therefore. Scott Marsh, Teehan with 6. It's the perfect set, really. You go from top to bottom, and there's a lovely graduation of 2 points between each player. So, more from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow on on Sporty Stuff TV. Really enjoyed it today. Have a great Tuesday, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow. For now, this is The Asset, signing out. Take care.